Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation episode 391. Can you believe another week has gone by?
Seems like just yesterday.
I didn't have to shovel or snowblow, so I'm happy.
Oh, let's see who we got today. Boy, the panel's all scrambled today. All right. Upper left-hand corner, we got Exile in Paradise, Mr. Allen.
Howdy, howdy, everyone. Welcome to the show.
And we got Marco.
Wow, I'm back up in the top corner again.
Mm-hmm. And then Ron Deluxe.
Hey, happy Bitcoin Saturday.
Okay. And Henry Gernhard.
Hi, folks. Welcome to CoCoNation, and my name's Henry, and today we're going to get our Coco on.
Okay. And Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation. I can't be nearly as, exuberant as Henry.
Calm down,
Better-
Ken.
Better put on another pot of coffee there.
Where's David Blatt?
Let's see. Rick Euland's up next.
Yeah, right. Yo.
Yo.
And the long lost Jason.
That's right. I'm back, and I have my Diet Dr. Pepper, and I've got my water.
Okay.
Mix me and David Ladd on the rocks.
And next up, we got L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay. And next row, we got yours truly, the button pusher. Then Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing?
And we have other Ron.
Good afternoon.
And Brian Weasler.
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
And all by himself on the bottom row, we got the music man, Brian Schubring.
Hello, hello, and welcome to the show. Let me cut this short.
Okay. Let's
Welcome back,
see.
Brian.
Over in the chat, scrolling up here. Wayne Campbell, Kevin Holloway, Marco, 60, Michael Zwiffel, Peter Willard, Coco Man, Tim Franklin, Exile in Paradise, Jim Rye, who apparently is having some snow issues.
Boo-hoo.
So in the chat, he's asking, apparently the weather's gotten loose, and would someone come down to South Carolina and take the
Canadian
weather
weather.
back?
What's the snow you guys keep talking about?
I know ours is melting right now. We've been above zero for the last couple of days and right through the weekend. So
I mean, it's pouring rain here, but we got no snow.
That's because we keep exporting our weather to you, Ken.
We're finally in the 70s, upper 70s. Just couldn't do
Holy
80s
crap,
anymore.
that's hot.
Yeah.
That's almost boiling temperature of water.
I think he's talking about the degrees F,
Yeah,
freedom
degrees
units.
F.
Freedom units.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't
and
think it was
forget-
140 Fahrenheit. So
We
yeah.
also
Funny
spell
way
it,
of saying the funny temperatures.
we also spell color without a U.
well, in Arizona, it could be
That's
either
just-
one.
Yeah, and color without a U is just lazy.
First one, then the other.
All right, continuing on, we got J.E. Jones, 3141, L. Curtis, Mark Siegel, Tom Eric Anderson.
Did you get James Jones ready?
I can't remember. So James Jones.
But
I don't know if you
did
did or
you
not
get
either.
James Jones?
And Ken Reichard is in today. Peter
Hey, I know
Willard.
who that is.
Yeah, Dr. Ted has joined us.
Paging Dr. Ted.
Okay, that's everybody up to date.
Did you get Peter Willard? He just was mentioning it was 78 Fahrenheit last week, 29 Fahrenheit this week. In Atlanta, I'm presuming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'd like to welcome Restreambot to the chat.
That overpaid bugger.
Let's see. We've been below freezing in the mornings, and we're already up to 60. So that's good for the pavement.
We're up to 33 right now.
So, all right, let's see.
And
First
that would conclude your CoCoNation weather forecast.
That's right.
Oh, it might come up again.
Well, I'm sure it will.
Yeah, Mark says if you're talking 40 below, it doesn't matter if it's Celsius or Fahrenheit.
That's exactly right. That's where they meet.
It's still
That's where they
cold.
meet, and by that point, it's damn cold anyway. And I just don't see any point at that.
I'll tell you about it in January when it hits us.
That's when you Canadians pull the flaps down over your ears.
Yeah, I might even have to put jeans on instead of shorts.
Now just wear your winter shorts.
Oh yeah, sure.
The ones that go right down to my knees. Yeah.
Let's see now.
Those long shorts, huh?
All right, let's get into project updates. If I could find the right button, there it is. All right, first up, Rick, what you got for us today?
Sure. Well, this isn't directly a CoCo project, but I feel strangely compelled to recount it, perhaps as a cautionary tale. Be careful how you let your mind wander when you're working with your stuff. We're in the process of abandoning our storage locker, and I've covered this large accumulation of disk drives. So I thought to myself, you should logically arrange them disks. So, we could make it an experiment. ChatGPT might create a lexically advanced data discriminator, or I could practice Sculptor and create a local access disk database, if I could talk. Or even a spreadsheet for a little array of disk descriptions, but we went old school for a locally accessible drive directory. And, keep it investor friendly. We're employing a linguistically acceptable digraphs and diphthongs to build the language appropriate disk database, or L.A.D.D.
Are you including an acronym table with this?
Here it is. No, the shelf isn't that happy, but per company policy, the document references on the shelf it's suitable for letter/A4 direct distribution via fax. I'm still not really compelled to, don't know why I felt I needed to tell you about this here, but that was my project this week.
David,
I have a question for you, Rick. Are you selling some of this stuff, or do you know if it all works?
It all works in part. It's all, like I say, I dug it all out of storage. It's time to find out what I've got. And the first step was listing what I've got, which ended up with the, lexically accurate.
Yeah, I see lots of CoCo stuff in there.
Yeah, because I saw there was somebody on Discord this week that was actually looking for a replacement 5 1/4 inch drive. So
I've got a few of them, but mainly it's all weird stuff. And, very large.
I saw like you had some full height hard drives, some half height hard drives, and
here's the Wise boots. Here's some old CoCo boots on old Seagates.
That old Dell you have up there is a dog, and it has a weird power supply hookup in the back. Have you ever, that Dell you have with the blue top on it?
Oh, that's even weirder than that. That's a where is it?
That's your that's your firewall.
My CNC driving thing. Yeah. Let me go find where's more drive. Yeah, that thing. That exists specifically because it runs Windows XP, which runs this CNC router thing.
we can't see what you're talking about, by the way.
We're not seeing it.
Oh, I turned it off again. Shoot.
Yes, you did.
I'm a bad streamer. So yeah, here's my budget CNC machine. Yeah, and all this thing does is drive it because it runs XP. So that's
I have a question on a specific drive too. On your hard drive collection there on the right, on the third row from the right on the very top, is that a Microscience?
Looks like a looks like a
which
Seagate. Looks like a Seagate.
The third row would be like a 225.
Those are Seagates, yeah.
They're all Seagates? Okay.
Now your microscribe might be the one in the second row.
Yeah, it's where's the okay, we got to get back to the list.
Handy dandy list.
We have Micropolis. We have a couple of Micropoli.
Unless, of course, you can't read it.
I don't see it there.
Oh, those must be those 80 megs.
Anyway,
okay.
I found cool stuff to play with, even though it's not strictly CoCo. There are a couple of CoCo. Oh yeah, a couple of CoCo boots: a Quantum, a Seagate, and an IBM Type 20. All had OS 9 on. Woo! And I get to see what I lost.
I wish mine worked because I have a bunch of source code I never could recover.
Right? Maybe upside down in the fridge.
I'd like to be able to get a Burke and Burke set up along with CoCo STC to talk to each other.
That should work. I mean, Burke and Burke is at what, FF50?
That's what I recovered all of my backups from, so it must work somehow because I was able to stumble through it. I had no idea what I was doing.
Well,
maybe that's the key.
My hang up is actually doing a new boot disk that actually works.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's not too hard. Assuming the drivers have been kept up to date. I haven't tried Burke and Burke in a while.
So, okay. Let's see.
Oh, by the way, that was 10 L.A.D.D references in that short text clip there. From limited access disk directory to whatever other acronyms I threw in there.
And by the way, the photos you took of your shelf there, once you had everything organized, you're going to send that as a poster to David L.A.D for Christmas?
I should do that, yeah. The show's not happy. It's I might need to put a prop rod in the middle of it, but
he won't be caring about the shelf, trust me.
Yeah, no, it's a good Christmas card, right? Put some mistletoe and yeah.
Okay, next up, I think we got Brian Weasler, if I can catch him between bites.
Yep.
I wasn't sure what I was going to be going there. Getting a little snack in here, so.
Yeah, Brian Weasler's got stuff to show. I hope you packed a lunch.
There you go.
Yeah, he's got little nibbles.
I'm going to keep it light, keep it under 20 items today. So, but anyway.
Oh, it's the express lane.
Why restrict yourself?
Right. Okay. So the first couple things I'm going to show today are things that I've shown before as a lead up to what I want to show you today. So let me switch cameras here. There we go. Okay. If you guys remember this, I shared this maybe, was it 2 years ago? This happened to be just a regular CoCo 2. Nothing special here about the CoCo 2, but what was special is that it came with this cartridge, which was a company called High-Tech that did, what's the word I'm looking for?
Signage.
Yeah, the signs there. What kind of signs? Marquee signs. You know, the marquee signs where you got the moving message across the thing. And so there's a ROM in here. And then via this cable here, it would plug into whatever sign that they had at that time that would accept this type of plug. And it sent the data via serial. And so it was kind of neat because it was an example of a company out there that was using basically an off-the-shelf CoCo, making their own custom ROM, to package this together and to sell to a customer.
Yeah,
so
that's what Bill Noble did back on the CoCo 3, early CoCo 3 days. He did that for a company in Moose Jaw here in Saskatchewan. They actually sold CoCo 3s with a bundled thing like this.
Bundled package then? Cool.
An unrelated Facebook post has gone on about the mechanical devices that this directly replaces. That drove those marquee signs with cams and motors and whiz bangs. If you see it, it's interesting. And think they replaced all of that with this CoCo 2 and this little ROM thing.
Yeah, so this was one example that I had here in my collection. Let me move this out of the way over here.
They also did it with a Model 4. Because
yeah, you had it in your van or truck or something, didn't you?
Yeah, there was a truck that came by to our shop, in our sign shop back in the late 70s, early 80s, because the Model 3 was already out.
So then here's another company that I had in my collection. So this one here was a company called Thermopatch, and they actually took the label off. This is a CoCo 3. Unfortunately, the CoCo 3 is not working. I need to work on it a little bit more. I'm not sure if it's a gimme or a processor or a memory, but it's not working. But it also came with a custom cartridge, and the cartridge does work. If I put it into a regular CoCo 3, again, there's nothing special about the CoCo 3. It was all on the cartridge here. And this must have been a company here that made a certain type of label printer, because when you fire this up, You can pick your printer. You can pick a type of job that you want to do, how many batches of that job you want to do, and then I'm not sure if there was an interface into the CoCo, but then it would send those jobs. So every time I fire this up and play with it, I think about you, Curtis, and could
we did a lot of printing, not
right.
labels as much, but
right.
Some.
And so
we did some.
This company actually, I think, is still out there on the internet when you do a search for it. But again, yeah, this was just again, they had their own custom ROM that went into the CoCo, and they sold this as a package. I mean, they even took the old the Radio Shack sticker off. Nothing special on the bottom. They didn't do anything crazy.
Well,
they just
they
pretty
had
much
an
left
easy
it the
way
way
to make labels.
Right.
So is that the label that they produced on the top of the CoCo?
There you go.
Maybe. I don't know if that was the case or not. If what type of labels that they were doing. This is a little bit thicker material that's here. It's not a paper or anything.
Does a cartridge have a port, like a parallel port coming out, or do they must use the bit banger if there's nothing on it?
Yeah, there's nothing there. This is just a ROM cartridge. So
okay.
But I haven't tried to get into this thing at all. Well, I'll have to do the old pin trick there, to do it, because I really don't want to peel the label back and do anything there. But so yeah. So that was another example, and I think I've shown that one on the show once before. Okay, let me bring up another one here. Get these out of the way. So where are we at here? Okay. So this one I think is the most recent one that I had, where there we go. So this was one here where it actually had this 15-pin DIN coming out of the side of the cartridge. They excuse me, sorry about that. They covered up the ports and everything. And the sad thing about this is that really all they did is they just utilized this for the keyboard, because there is nothing inside this thing. I mean, they literally made a card. And went this ribbon cable. So they took the board and everything out. So what happened to all these boards that they made for this? Hard to say. But this company,
cases of empty cases.
Right. Now this company here, this Biosystems Inc., what they are is they're a scuba company. And so my guess is that this went to some sort of a test rig where they would test out respirators and things like that for scuba gear. And this might have been just the keyboard interface for it, but again, they took the Radio Shack label off and put their own label and did this. But yeah, it was a real kind of sad little.
Well, take a look at the screw holes for the transformer or the board, and has there ever been a screw?
Oh yeah, the transformer especially. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. I can see threads inside here.
Okay, so they stripped the current ones, as opposed to.
You're thinking they just maybe ordered parts like the cases or something?
Yeah, just
what's on the bottom?
What's up?
What's on the bottom?
Oh, yeah.
Like the serial numbers?
Yeah,
there was a label.
There was a label. It's been all peeled off. So.
Oh.
They really scrappers.
Sacrilege.
Killing CoCos. Sacrilege.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it kind of makes you wonder if there wasn't a box laying somewhere where the guy was like, "Oh, I'm just going to save those, or whatever." And there's a whole box of CoCo 2
10,000 CoCo boards.
Yeah. So again, just another example of a company that was, why reinvent the wheel when you got a company out there that's making something that would work.
Yeah, there was actually that did phone stuff too. They actually brought it to CoCo Fest back in the '90s. I'm trying to remember the name of the company, but they actually had a case to hold the screen and the CoCo and everything else, and it was for testing phone hardware or something.
Well, cold hard facts of CoCo was probably cheaper than a keyboard in a case retail. So get a CoCo, throw away the board.
So here's my most recent one, and this was one that came up on eBay. The seller was somebody who posted about it on Facebook, and he had bought it. And then he decided he wanted to sell it. He wanted to, get it into someone else's hands that could appreciate it. He really wasn't using it too much. So I was fortunate enough to win the auction. And so this was that education, game and education machine. Do you guys remember this being posted about on Facebook?
Nope.
No.
I seem to remember something about it.
Yeah. So a guy by the name of Gregory, is it Roskow? Roskow? ROSKOW. I had reached out to him initially when he posted about it, and he wasn't ready to sell it. And then he messaged, I don't know how many months later, and I guess there was other people that were also interested in it. And so he decided to go ahead and put it up on eBay. And I was fortunate enough to win the auction. So again, here's a company where they took the label off. But what's different about this one, which is kind of cool, is they did some modifications to it. So let's see. Let's see if I can zoom in and if this thing will focus for me. I do have some pictures I might be able to share if it doesn't focus. There we go. So you can see here through the grill work, there's a speaker right here that they mounted under the grill right there, and a couple screws holding it in place. Is it showing up there?
There's something on the back there too that's just cutting off at the top.
But right here, I think right here is where, no, that's just the RF can. You can see the wires there. I haven't taken the cover off this thing yet. I've been thinking about doing it because there's some stuff in here I'll show you in a minute. But there is a potentiometer right here for the volume. And I have played with this thing already. I put like the diagnostic card in there and played it, and you can hear the sound coming out of here. So and the volume, this volume button does work.
So they have an amplifier in there, maybe?
Yes, they have they have a small little amp that's underneath here.
Does Bob know about this?
Let me see if this will zoom in or not. Okay.
Definitely need to reverse engineer this.
Let's see here. Let me see if this will zoom in a little bit more and focus. Okay, you can just barely see it. But through this grill work here, there's another circuit board right here, and there's a hole where there's a potentiometer that you can adjust with a flat blade screwdriver. So there's some kind of a circuit right here. What this is for, I'm not sure. There was no cartridge, so I don't know if maybe they had a special cartridge that worked with this that maybe plugged into, you know how Radio Shack had that series of education stuff, that electronic book, and you plugged in and you would touch different areas of the book, and it would I think it probably plugged into the joystick port if I remember right.
Yeah, I did.
So if they had something like that but more high tech, so they put their own label on this thing. So I am kind of tempted to break into this thing just to better understand what sort of a mod that they did. Sure. So there's electronics here, and also when I peek through the ROM slot and shine a light down in there, there's another circuit board in there. So yeah, they did some serious modification inside this thing. So I'm not sure all.
Could it be video? Does it have an alternate video output?
No alternate video. Just just the potentiometer right there. Everything else on the back is normal.
Sir.
So.
No.
But there is a couple different wires. There's also a couple wires that tap off of the edge card connector right here. And Alan and I were talking about this, and I haven't checked to see what pin it is, but it's possible that it's on the audio pin of the ROM edge card connector, where meaning the video's coming or the audio is coming out of here, but they might also be piping the video out through here, again, going with the idea that maybe they had some sort of proprietary or, card or cartridge that they made here that went to something else. So I don't know. I haven't really found anything on the internet about it. Nothing came with it when Gregory bought it. This is how he got it. So,
but there's kangaroos. That's Jason.
There is kangaroos, yes.
Crikey.
Is this your design?
It's not a PAL one, is it?
No, I plugged it right into my TV set and it worked fine. So,
okay.
Yep. But no, so yeah, so this is just another example of a machine where they were taking something off the shelf. So
64K extended.
Yeah, I think actually it's a 3127B. So yep, so it's going to have the T1 and everything in there. So.
Oh wow.
So it's a newer CoCo 2 that they would have been using. So yep, so some unanswered questions with it though, but it's in great shape. I mean, it's super clean. I mean, I'd be proud to just have
the case is white. That doesn't have yellow at all.
No. So, but again, you kind of wonder, okay, here's one. Were there 10 of these made, 20 of these made, 100 of them made? You know, was it part of was there a company that was putting together something and it never took off? Was this a single prototype of a machine that they were trying to put together and it never
Or was
went
it only
anywhere?
sold in one local market and maybe there's a couple dozen there but nowhere else?
Right. So, but the tough thing about things like this is that someone might pop one of these up on eBay, but there's nothing on this thing other than it does say Tandy on the bottom. So if somebody was to list it as Tandy or TRS-80 on the bottom, you might find it, but if you know,
right,
anybody that's in the CoCo world is not going to be looking for game and education machine, you know. So that's what makes it kind of tough, you know. Just some of these, like the ones that the ones behind me, most of those I just happen to stumble on, on eBay.
Yeah, you just see something odd in the picture on the auction.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, so yeah, I may have a future follow-up with this one here. I haven't, like I said, I haven't yet broke the seal on it.
Does it still have the warranty sticker right over the screw hole, or?
Yeah,
there's a warranty sticker over the warranty sticker.
Yeah. So whoops, there we go. So yeah, if I go and break this, I'm going to be violating 2 warranties, not just theirs, but the second one. I'm going to be.
You're such a naughty boy, Brian.
I know. So,
well, the original company would have had to break the seal to put their mods in.
Yeah, fair. Yep, there you go. So I'm back to one. I'm back to 1 seal then. Okay, so I'm back in
Only
graces
breaking
then,
one law. Yeah.
But yeah, I thought this is the part. This is what really is kind of intriguing me. What I can see through the ROM slot by just shining a light in there looks like it's just a little amplifier circuit to drive that speaker. But this is what's kind of got me a little intrigued right here, because that chip. Listen, I'm turning around so I can read it. It's a pretty good size. I can't quite tell if it's a ROM chip, but it's on a circuit board that's mounted underneath here. So it's not it's not just like something on a like a perf board or something like that they would have hand wired or something. But this is a decent sized chip. It's about the size of a ROM chip. That's kind of what I'm thinking it is. I just can't make out enough of the letters. There's a 17 that I can see right there, which there's a lot of
the thing. Jeez.
Well, if you fire it up, does it come with just start up with just extended basic or?
Yep. Yeah, it just boots up like any other CoCo. So, so we'll see.
So when you punch out the sticker, use an X-Acto knife to cut an X. That way it won't.
I might even try warming the sticker up. I just haven't.
It off.
I ho hum about this stuff for a while, so I know what you're saying, Ron. But I will. I'll agonize over it for a month or so, and then I'll finally
take it apart.
Over it. So,
you'll live stream the agonizing there. That'll make it worthwhile.
So, well, this morning I was Alan and I were on Discord, just kind of chatting, doing our thing, and I was documenting some CoCos that I had, and I had one that was like in pristine condition. I mean, it looked like off the assembly line condition, and I was like, "Oh, this thing's going to work." And of course, I jinxed myself. And when I turned it on, it was nothing but just purple and asterisks and everything else. It's like, oh, geez. Of course, I just jinxed myself. And so I went ahead and I was like, here we go. 1, 2, 3. I even did a countdown, and then I broke the seal like that. And ended up being an easy fix. It was a what model am I thinking of here? The 263027, I think it was. And it's the CoCo 2 model where they had everything socketed. So of course that makes life easy. First thing I did was reseat everything, didn't do any good. Popped out the processor, swapped out another processor, boom, back in business. So but yeah, so in that case there, I broke the seal, because if I was to sell that one, somebody's gonna have to break the seal just to fix it. So I mean, who's gonna keep it, keep a CoCo as a non-working CoCo? So but anyway, so yeah, so I'm gonna keep it the way it is for right now. And but
until the load of 30 come in branded exactly the same as that one.
Right. So
because you said maybe there is a lot of them around.
And there might be. Yep.
And I like Alan's comment in the chat here, said you should have heard the agonizing over the first power up of the Deluxe.
Oh,
I remember that.
Oh yeah, the Deluxe, and then I was even nervous about powering on the pre-production board that I have.
Yeah,
where's Marentes? Maybe he's seen this before.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any
That
association.
company did speech synthesis.
Oh, did you find something, Brian?
Yeah, Automated Functions Incorporated. They're not in business. They did speech synthesis, lap talker, smaller talk, speech synthesizers.
Oh, you might have.
You must have found the sweet spot because I was doing some searching and I couldn't stumble across anything.
Time to open it up for sure now.
Right, there might be.
Yeah, you might have a
Votrax
Votrax chip or whatever inside of there.
Yep.
Yeah.
But why don't you do it here live? Come on.
He's got to agonize over it for another week or so first.
Agonize till next week, and then
there's the link to the company profile.
Right.
We're gonna have chat. It's gonna be a whole show next week, right?
Thanks, Brian.
And then we'll watch Magic Smoke.
Yeah, I'll do a future one here with this thing. I'll show you guys here. So, but
nice.
Yeah. Anyway, but one other little thing I'll just share real quick, only because I thought it was kind of cool. So as I talked about, I'm going to be listing some CoCos this weekend. I did list some stuff last weekend, and a lot of people have been picking up the things that I've been listing out on eBay. But I've been going through a lot of my CoCos, so deciding which ones I want, and some of them have different mods in them. This mod was not working because a lot of the wires were broken. I was just kind of impressed by it. So this was a composite mod that someone did on a. We're at here. Is that coming in focusing there? There we go. So it's kind of your typical composite mod that you see where it's a combination of a few caps and some transistors and a few resistors and stuff. Probably one of those common designs that were there. But what I thought was kind of cool, what's the chip there? The 1327? I always mess up the number. It's the RF modulator chip.
1372.
1372, is that what it is? So what they did here is they put this long riser off of it. You pop out the RF modulator chip. This would plug in there, and then you put the modulator chip on here. And then what they did was they, with the different wires here, they would tap off, which is what a lot of the composite mods would do. They'd either tap off of it on the chip itself, or somewhere further down the road they would tap in to get the different signals. And but I thought this was kind of a clever design, but unfortunately some of the wires, because of moving around, things are broken off, and so I popped it out. But I was just going to save it though, because I thought the person did kind of a.
It looks like there's writing on the underside there on the bottom. Is it a company one, like not a homemade job?
This is just a Radio Shack perf board.
Okay.
Yeah, you would have bought these right off the shelf at Radio Shack.
So it is a homemade.
Yeah. So the layout of these is like a breadboard. So it's a breadboard pattern where you have the center and then you have the different things. So the idea behind these type of boards is that you could have modded something up on a breadboard and then translated it over to here.
One. Yeah, it's got the same layout as your little springboards.
Yep.
So and having that socket, like where it plugs in and then it raises up and then you replug the chip in, is kind of somewhat similar to the way the Disto 1 and 2 meg RAM upgrades work, because you had to connect it to the CPU socket and
right. Yep.
Put the DAC board on top of that.
Right. So on this one here, the RF box would have sat right here. So this thing was actually hovered above. And what this probably is this is one of those wire wrap sockets. If you guys have ever seen those, they tend to have a very long.
But then he had to invent that thing on the bottom. What is that?
Yeah. And, yep. You can see there's a little blobs of solder right there where you kind of join the two.
To something.
To kind of get it together.
What is that thing? The black plate with pins. I don't know.
Probably just getting another little extra bit of height.
Don't you get RF interference?
Well, it's his organizational thing, but what the heck is it?
I believe that's the Who's What's It?
Yes, it's not a commercially available part I recognize, which is really intriguing because everything else I could buy, but what the hell is that?
Right? Actually, it is, because I've got some.
Oh, really? Because if you stick the big square wire pins in, you wreck your socket. So you have to have something like that.
Yeah, it's basically a header that you could, I'm digging around for the thing here.
Oh, is that the one that had the little V-shape pin, so you could punch
solders, resistors, and things like that on it? Yeah.
Oh, okay, clever.
Nice. And then they would have a lot of them would have a cap that you could put on top of it to make you a little module.
Oh, you know what?
That's what the little dip is. Yeah, around the edges there is to put the cap on.
You know what? One of my EEPROM burners has something like that, where depending on what combination of wires you put on there, it has little sockets like this
little
that you put in there. Yeah, and so the different combination of wires that crisscross would tell it what kind of chip you're putting in it to burn.
Cool.
So, but anyway, I just thought this was I just kind of saved it. I thought it was kind of a nice little design that person did. So unfortunately, it wasn't working.
Yeah.
But because I mean, it was even one of the wires was just lopped off right here. This had broken off from somewhere on the on there. But anyway, so, but that's all I was going to share today, guys. I been busy doing some other stuff here, so I didn't have a lot of time. So I decided to go ahead and share that.
Cool. Imagine how much stuff he could share if he had more time.
Right?
Just leave the stream up. We'll come back next week.
Right? So anyway.
Yeah, well, now you got me looking for my damn headers.
Oh, sorry about that.
I can't find them in here. But yeah, that's yeah.
Makes sense.
Anyway. Coming back.
Now you got to find your damn buttons.
Nick Morente's joined us.
He wandered off.
Oh, now
Hi,
show him that label.
Oh yeah, Brian, show Nick the label. I don't think it is an Australian related thing, but
oh.
If Nick's waking up to talk about it.
Whoops. Hold on.
Just waking up.
Come on. Let's see here. Pick the right thing here. Keep clicking the wrong buttons. Okay.
Have a couple of sips of coffee. You're going to need it for this one.
A couple.
Look familiar?
The kangaroo does.
Yeah.
The rest doesn't.
What I was sharing with the group today, Nick, was a couple different machines that I had where companies had taken a raw CoCo and either made a custom cartridge or they did some own custom work with the CoCo. But the idea was they used an off-the-shelf CoCo to as part of their product that they were selling. And so I was showing some ones that I had shared on the show before, but then this was one that I recently won off of eBay, and it was an education company. It sounds like that did. Brian Schubring found a link I need to go look at, but it was a company that did some speech synthesis and stuff. But this had like a built-in speaker with a little circuit board in there going to a little volume control right here, so you could play it there. But there's also some other circuitry in there. But this was the name of the company, and with the kangaroos, your name came up. So
yeah, no, I don't recognize it.
Is that computer any different than the ones here? Didn't the ones in Australia have the company Tandy on there instead of?
No, everything about it looks like a normal CoCo 2 that was here with the better. Obviously, that's a later CoCo 2.
Yeah, it's got the T1.
Yeah, the full travel keyboard and
it's got the full travel keyboard.
Yep, and it also had the T1 as well. So I mean, this would have been a later, like you said.
Yeah. It's got the black edge around the keyboard, so that's definitely a CoCo 2 supplied one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you guys have NTSC though?
No, we had PAL.
Yep.
So does that computer? Have you actually fired it up?
Yes. Yep.
And does it work on your TV? Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Have you tried any PAL games? Oh, actually, PAL games, P Mode 4 games.
No, I haven't tried anything with it at all. And actually, the company themselves, they were based out of Arlington, Virginia.
Ah, okay. Well, I doubt that. I don't recognize the name. On the bottom, where does it say that CoCo was made? I suppose it's a Korean one.
Fort Worth. This is when they would have brought it back to Texas.
The US one. Okay.
Yep.
It is a very late one. And does it say 110 volts or 240?
Yeah, 110. Yeah, I ran it on my.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
No, I don't know of that company. They just stole our kangaroos.
Right? Jack's not the
That
only
never
kangaroo
happens.
thief out there.
So anyway, okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. See, next up we've got a
Ron's rocking.
Mm-hmm. Am I up?
You're up.
You're up. Okay, what we have here is nothing that I expected.
That's like the rest of our show.
What happens here stays here. Look at, did you know that there was a tornado that struck Tandy headquarters in Fort Worth, Texas in 2000?
I did not.
Me neither. But, you know, to tell you the truth, I did this here as an idea to come up with something new for the next CoCo Fest as a, you know, like instead of the CoCo Cat, which I despise. And I was in touch with, I think, Paul Shoemaker about making maybe a game or something, you know, with a little character. And I come up with this thing, and then I, you know, looked around on the internet to find something. But let's see. This is from one of the accounts. It says the 2000 Fort Worth tornado, also known as the Tandy tornado, which is cool to see, was powerful. It was a powerful F3 tornado that struck downtown Fort Worth, Texas on March 28, 2000. The tornado caused significant damage to many buildings and skyscrapers, including the Tandy Center. The Bank One Tower and UPR Plaza were among the most damaged buildings. The Upper West Side was the most heavily damaged area, with many buildings on the west side being completely demolished. And then, what else here? I got, yeah, a couple different ideas for a different character about that, you know. A guy with some eyes on him or something. We have to translate that to 8-bit, you know. But there's another picture of the tornado. Look at that thing. An F3.
Can you click to zoom it up, Ron? Or
if Grant was here, look at that. I don't exactly know what this is here, but there's a website.
This is a get the hell out of the way.
Yeah. Here's the
Now I'm trying to remember in 2000, what state was Tandy in? Were they a cell phone company by that time, or was that a little bit later still?
By that time, they were pretty much consumer electronics.
Here's a VHS. So it's kind of
skyscraper high, watching things blow right in your face.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Probably, even if it was today's standards, it would be glum looking. Mess. Yeah.
What month do you have the tornadoes?
All months.
Yeah.
Basically, wherever Grant is at any given time of the year, that's where the tornado is.
Well, yeah, this is the south end of Tornado Alley, so every spring and summer, stand back.
Where you see the cameras attached somewhere, and it's shaking like mad.
Yeah,
that was in 2000. I was in the US in 2000.
Yeah, you were probably in Pennsylvania. Well, maybe depending what time of the year, but Pennsylvania would have been for PennFest.
Yeah, and I don't remember a tornado around that time.
Well, that would have been thousands of miles away, and no one would care in Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, but I would have thought.
There was a nice blue flash in there of a transformer going too.
Yeah, poop, pop.
We have a comment from David Lord in the chat. He says, it almost took down a skyscraper in downtown Fort Worth. My wife's boss's wife worked there when it hit.
Oh, geez.
And these are hardened buildings because they know tornadoes hit there, so they don't hang the thin glass on the walls and so forth. Yeah.
I was thinking maybe we can come up with some kind of character that we can have coming out of a Tandy Towers. Like remember the game that T. Bruce Moore did, and it had the green screen with the towers showing in there. What was that for?
CoCo Forever.
That's it. Exactly.
And just for those of you who don't live in tornado alleys and don't really know what the F series, the Fujitsu or Fujita scale, I should say, that's a tornado between 158 and 206 miles per hour.
Wow. I got CoCo on my watch. Does that mean anything? No. That's it. I did this artwork, by the way, which is coming up. That's about it.
I'm sure Mark will be mentioning it a little bit later too.
Yep. So maybe we come up with a game and have this little guy as a. And what I thought was cool about it is the other Tandy guys can do their games on their Tandy machines. On the 4 Model 1. Terrible Tandy, tornado, whatever.
No.
Instead of the dumb cat.
That game will blow.
The latest one he's done is pretty cool.
I'm sure that doesn't mean suck.
I understand. Well done.
Yeah, that was good.
Yep.
Did Paul get back to you on ideas for making a game out of that?
He
was busy doing his little Christmas thing we'll be covering in the newsletter here. But
he has that thing going like the Robbie the Robot, where the things on the side are turning.
I'm also stalling for time because Mark is on a business call. It looked like, he's back.
Yeah. I've just put it down for a second to move us on to the next segment. What do we need next? Take
aspirin.
Ready to take a break and then go
aspirin.
to game on, or do we have any other discussions?
I don't know of any other discussions, so I think it's just the game on stuff and then the news.
Okay, so let me go ahead.
Oh, I guess I got to wake up then.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Geez, you didn't even wait to fall asleep till my segment?
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sagard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Giovanni G says, "Hi, I'm Giovanni from Brazil, and my first microcomputer in the 1980s was a clone of the CoCo 2, the CP400 Color 2, which I still own to this day. I also own an original CoCo 2, with several cartridges, disk drives, and other peripherals. I also develop in BASIC and assembly for the platform, and I am currently enjoying using UG Basic compiler. Ishi says, "Hi. My name is David, call me Ishi. I bought my CoCo 4K in 1981, I was hooked. I taught myself 6809 assembly language and went wild programming. I had one program that Spectrum Projects marketed, Hidden Basic, 6809 assembly. The program converts commands so that if you publish a basic program, no one can see or change the code. Review in Rainbow, September 83. I was introduced to this Discord server by 8-Bit Dad. Thanks for having me." The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played 2 games. We played Stellar Odyssey and Blockdown. In Blockdown, we had 17 players. We had L Curtis Boyle with 1,875.
Dead last.
Frederick with 14,212. 8 Bits in the Basement, 21,549. Jim Rye, 30,142. Tasman, 34,623. Canadian Retro Things, 35,054. Shenley, 42,446. Mark B, 43,407. Henry III, 48,616. Ed Rhodes, 51,893. Eric Comont, 55,610. Coconut Bob, 58,229. Retro Rick, 62,450. Jason Warrens, 69,579. Sloopy Malibu, 92,774. TJB Chris, 95,969. And this week's number 1 score in Blockdown was Dr. Ted with 194,066. As for Stellar Odyssey, since it had no score, there is no score list, and not a lot of people actually posted that they played the game, but there was some cooperative play during the live shows. And Dr. Ted did post the bad screen ending. He also posted the good screen ending right here, so that those of us that didn't make it that far can see how the game ends. That's everything for this week. I'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute!
I want to put a little asterisk on that, though. Karen, the author of Blockdown, did say that he did beat that score, but he didn't consider it fair because he played it so much playtesting.
Beat that score. On the live show, he had 300 and some thousand, but...
yeah, right. I did too.
He didn't want to post the score since... I don't know why. I mean, it's perfectly fine for the author to post the score. It's his time to shine, but...
Disqualified.
You'd think that Kieran must be like part Canadian or something.
He's
too polite.
Too polite.
Unlike Nick, who will add Photoshop to his scores to make them even look more impressive than on his own games.
Or he'll just hack the game and put a big score in there for himself. So basically, 2 games that are basically new because there's obviously no reviews for them. However, Jim Gary has been doing the rounds of posting stuff about Stellar Odyssey on a lot of websites. One that I found interesting was this one here, which is the Interactive Fiction Database. It's talking about the MC10 version here. And my favorite thing here is under game details, forgiveness rating is nasty.
How do you know that was a rating system?
But yeah, so basically there's just a bunch of different websites. I think Jim Gary has posted up the current versions of the game. And yeah, so otherwise Blockdown I didn't find anything about, so Blockdown, basically a Tetris game. So
a modern Tetris game, it should be said.
A modern Tetris game, yeah.
If you played the original Tetris cart by Greg Zumwalt or some of the other ones that appeared in the CoCo in the late 80s, early 90s, this is using a lot of the newer rules and features that more modern Tetris games do. So I think it's the only modern style Tetris we have in the CoCo Dragon, I think.
Probably. I mean, it's obviously the only one that's been made in the last number of years, so.
Oh, Alan's being a bit of a tease here. He says, ask Sixie, which is Karen, the author of the game. He says, ask Sixie about his Easter eggs.
Okay. What are the Easter eggs? Is Sixie in the audience? Oh, there he is. Yeah, he is. So.
Yep. And Dr. Ted actually says Stellar Odyssey was neat. Wish there were more games like that for the CoCo. There will be. Stellar Odyssey 2 is the one that is in Jim Gary's queue.
Yeah, so you can continue playing Stellar Odyssey in Stellar Odyssey 2.
Cool. Can we also play Neutroid?
No, we said games here. So.
We've played Neutroid.
Oh, I must have missed it.
There's certain games that you'll play, and then you just kind of
and there's certain games you wince
and attempt to forget that you've ever played them.
Sometimes you have those repressed memories.
Yeah. I've gone to hypnotherapy, and I've mostly gotten Neutroid out of my brain, so I'm happy to say.
I do like the fact that on the panel right now, we've got Sloopy and Nick right next to each other. The only two people here that really like Neutroid. The original Neutroids, I should say. The latest one is pretty good.
Neutroid
when you fix the
is
control
awesome.
stuff.
The very first Neutroid on the Model 1 that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad I haven't been here for a while. I'm glad we're still making fun of Neutroid.
It's like you never left, Jason.
Yeah.
And it's good to have you back.
Sixie's saying we have to look up the stuff. It's on Curtis's site if you want to know what the Easter eggs are.
Oh, I forgot about those. But he says if you're playing on a CoCo 1.2, try pressing clear and F on the text screens. I don't remember what that does. We should mention, though, as far as Stellar Odyssey 2, Nick wrote the original Stellar Odyssey in October of 1982 on the Model 1, has been mentioned. He did his sequel, and basically you're supposed to finish the first game and survive and rescue the planet before you play the second one. But he came out with a sequel on the Model 1 in 1984, was it, Nick?
Is it 84? No, I think it was a bit earlier than that. I'll look it up. I forgot the exact. I thought it was just the year after.
I don't remember off the top of my head. That's why I was asking you.
Yeah. What I'm supposed to remember. Why would I remember?
Anyway, Jim has kind of expressed that he will be working on that one eventually too. So we will be getting the MC10 and CoCo versions of the sequel. And Nick, the gameplay is basically similar, or have you added some new elements to that one?
It is. I just changed the story.
Oh, okay.
I haven't played it in such a long time. I don't think it's as probably less difficult than the first one. I'm just going to bring up my thing so I can remember exactly when I wrote it. Actually, you could go to the Stellar Odyssey 2 webpage for the Model 1 version.
Yeah. Are you on your site already, or?
I am. Should I try? No, I won't.
Yeah, if you're already there, you'll probably get there faster than I can.
Well, I'm there now. I'll see if my machine shares safely.
Yeah, this is a new machine you're on, right?
No, I'll tell you about that later.
Is it a Windows 11 strikes again moment?
No, it's not actually.
Oh, you're right, 83, I see at the top there.
Is that come up? Yeah, 83 was the year after. So that's the slightly changed title page you see there. Very similar. It uses the same type of command interpreter. The graphics are slightly improved. Now, these are only the Model 1 versions, of course. This one, the second one, actually shows objects on the screen. So, like in the image they got there, you walk into a room and it's obviously like the medical ward, it says down the bottom. So you actually see a bed and just general cosmetic change. Other than that, I can't remember the story. There's the amazing artwork I did back in the day. And I do actually have a video of it, but I won't waste time on that.
We'll save that for when Jim gets the conversion done.
But yeah, I'll have to do some research and try to remember what the story was.
Okay, so just curious, did anybody other than Dr. Ted beat Stellar Odyssey with either the good ending or the bad ending this week or this last 2 weeks?
Does loading the program and typing go to the line number where the winning screen comes up count?
Yes.
Then yeah, I did.
We'll count that as the Nick Berente's way of winning.
Well, I suspect even Dr. Ted did that.
I learned from a master. What can I tell you?
Well, no, according to Dr. Ted in his post, he actually played through the game and found how to do both endings.
All right.
Yeah, I couldn't get there in time.
And technically, I mean, it wouldn't be that hard for an AI to run, I mean, a few thousand versions of the game at once. So one of them is going to at least finish.
Go either way, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think this style of game is so popular nowadays, though.
No, I like that style of game.
I think it's better than some of the predecessors, though. If you play something like Telengard or some of the Apshai games, yours has that nice shortcut of a single key for a command.
Yeah.
So there's less typing, so it's kind of a hybrid. It's like a text adventure, but you've sped it up, almost like tab auto completion type thing. You know, years before that became a thing.
Or like using the shortcut cuts in Daggereth.
Yeah,
except that it doesn't autocomplete for you, so you just got to know
what the shortcuts are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to combine an arcade game with an adventure game.
I think you did a pretty good job.
Yeah, really, I really enjoyed as far as I could get in the game, but I didn't get to spend near enough time playing it. So
it almost makes up for Neutroid. Almost.
What's that game?
Hey,
have we played that one yet?
Neutroid's the one that has the bad ending and the bad ending.
With the great gameplay.
Now,
I'd expect somebody that comes from Ataris to say that.
Oh, wait, Dr. Tez in the chat says, I like the part where you had to time the countdown to escape with the countdown for the reactor to blow. Bit of a spoiler there, but.
Yeah, that was... So Stellar Odyssey came out in 82.
October.
Yeah, and later in 82, I did a game, Cosmic Bomber, which I've lost that game completely. And then I did Neutroid in 83. So Stellar Odyssey and Neutroid both together.
So if anybody has a copy of Cosmic Bomber out there for the Model 1 and 3, then...
Yeah.
Wow, that'd be good if I could find that, but I doubt it.
Yeah, you still have some of the artwork for the manual and stuff there, but that's and some sketches, but that's about it. It's another lost one. Mind you, we found the last 2 weeks we found some missing stuff and lost ones. You know, just by people showing up in the chat. So it's kind of nice. We actually are starting to find some of these, you know, thought to be forever gone CoCo programs.
Could we go ahead and lose Neutroid?
Yeah.
Which one?
There's 4 versions to get rid of. That's around forever.
There's only 4.
You can keep the last one. The last CoCo version one you can keep around, and the Model 1 one. You can keep those.
Well, Curtis, we are still looking, I believe, for that F-16, aren't we? The unmolested version.
Yeah, I thought somebody was arranging to bring that to CoCo Fest. You guys could like grease weasel it.
never
That's news to
saw
me.
it.
I'll have to check because I think I have an original of that one kicking around.
Yeah, I think you're the one that was going to bring it to grease weasel it.
That might be it.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, that might be why I
But
remember.
someone must have forgot it.
Well, I didn't bring it last time. I was bringing source code discs that were in really rough shape, and I wanted to try to get them backed up before they were literally impossible, which I already thought they were. So I'm quite impressed with the grease weasel. The F-16 was a bought from Dave Dyes directly at Rainbow Fest, though. If I do have it still, it should not be in super bad shape. I just didn't bother taking all the time to strip the copy protection.
Yeah, it'd be great to get one that isn't modified and be able to do that as a game of the week 1 week. That'd be nice.
Yeah, supports the speech sound pack quite well too.
Has the Moon Patrol game that Brian found, has that been uploaded yet, or?
I don't think Brian's had time to dump it. He's got so much stuff he's going through right now, hardware and software.
No, I haven't had a chance yet. And what you guys are looking for F-16?
Yes, we've had this discussion before, but Mission F-16 Assault. Yes,
Mission F-16. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
from
you.
Dicom. I don't think you have it, but that was months ago. So who knows? You could maybe it's next to that.
I'm pretty sure I do. I just have to find the disc. I'll bring it to the fest.
It's next to those extra CoCo 2 kits that he forgot he had.
But that Moon Patrol one that you found that was reviewed the same place as Jubilex was or advertised or reviewed, I think that's one that really looked really good. You showed it on the show, Brian, but that's on the archive yet, I don't believe.
All right.
Anyway, Ken, back to the actual game on stuff.
All right.
We had something.
Yeah, back to the
What,
game.
what were we talking about again? I can't remember.
Neutroid.
Yeah.
Ah!
I loaded the
on to the news.
I loaded Blockdown into XROR, and I hit clear plus F.
And
would you like to see it?
Yes,
sure.
Because I honestly don't remember. I'm sure I tried it when I wrote the webpage entry years ago, but
there, I'm sharing the screen, and you hit clear and F, and clear and F, and L.
Amazing.
I didn't see anything change.
There it goes.
There we go.
Oh.
Sort of.
Oh,
You're emulating the wrong CoCo 1 or 2, though. I think you've got a T1 enabled right now.
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing is that I originally did it in a regular one, and it ended up looking like this.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah. And then it goes through 3 different ones. Well, on the T1, you get this one with the top chopped off.
Yeah, because they shifted all the characters for the Descenders.
Yeah, but if you would do it on on the CoCo, the non-T1 CoCo 1 and 2, they're actual vertical bars. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying. No, T1 should be not doing that, I don't think.
Yeah, here, I'll show you what the non-T1 looks like.
But yeah, you kind of has that alternate character set where he does the scan lines like we talked about in the semi-graphics and basic stuff, where you can mix and match scan lines of the different character fonts. They have to be in the same position, but you can like mix part of a B with an A or whatever, and then you can come up with these kind of Soviet-looking style. And there's another version of Tetris done earlier in the UK. 60 probably remembers the name better than I do, but another guy had done that actually did that same technique, but it was still the older style of Tetris.
It does this because you got the regular one, then it shows the fancy font, and then it shows the blocks.
Okay.
Ah, yes.
So that's like the Braille version?
Yeah.
That's that looks like it's trying to be external ROM.
Yeah.
That
External character ROM.
Yeah, that might be.
I can't read that one.
I like Ken's idea of it being Braille better.
So shall we try CoCo 3 then?
Yeah, it should be the same as a T1.
CoCo 3 probably doesn't work on a CoCo 3.
Oh, right. Actually, right. Because the semi-graphics, higher semi-graphics modes don't support the text characters on CoCo 3.
Oops. But is he running it under VCC? Oh, no, X-Raw.
Yeah. Oh, you get lower click case.
Yeah, inverted lowercase.
You get regular, and then another regular, and then lowercase.
But if you have an earlier CoCo 2 or a CoCo 1 of any flavor, you should be able to use that to get the alternate character set that 60 designed.
Yeah. Yeah. 60 says in the chat. Yeah, you have to press it twice if you're using a T1. Ola Eldoy's Tetris. He uses Semigraphics 24, so his font is even fancier. This was the best I could do in Semigraphics 12. That's why it's not documented. It only does the fancy font by default on the Dragon.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize he was using only 12 on there.
Yeah, and no font fanciness on the CoCo 3. The shortcut will do nothing. Huh. Nothing useful then. He didn't realize it would actually do lowercase.
I remember seeing Eldoy's because he really did that for the Dragon back in the 90s, I think. And it was kind of like, oh, that's a cool way to use those alternate lines on a semi-graphics CoCo 1 or 2.
Yeah, well, it does something useful, 60. It makes it not yell at you. Because, all uppercase is equivalent to yelling. So if it's lowercase, it's not yelling at you.
But a nice thing is that for people that have a CoCo 1 or 2 or a Dragon or are a bit jealous of CoCo 3 people, this is something you can't do in the CoCo 3. That's something more unique to the older CoCos. So,
yeah.
Well, there we go. We should all just switch back to CoCo 1 and 2s. Throw out our CoCo 3s.
Oh, no. Don't throw
you can have my CoCo 3 when
if you're handing them out, I'll take a few spares.
Oh, no, I just threw mine in the garbage.
And Waters' views do not necessarily
reflect the makings of sane people.
Yes.
All right.
Anyway, any tips or tricks for Blockdown?
Keep an eye on what parts are coming up, and then you can maximize when you can get actual Tetrises and everything else. So you can try to think a few blocks ahead.
And one suggestion he gave me, I didn't get a chance to actually properly learn it at the time. Like I have real trouble with the controls because it's just not the style I'm used to. So I kept hitting the wrong keys. I'd drop something when I wanted to rotate it and vice versa. But he mentioned that since there's left and right player options, because you can have two players simultaneous, actually, you can actually, if you're doing a single player game, you can use either sets of controls or a mixture between them. So you can actually do two-handed. And for somebody like me, that probably would work a little bit better. But then I kind of got down the rabbit hole trying to figure out what the heck's wrong with wheel worm, so I never got to it. And I didn't solve that either. So I just it was another failure on Game On Challenge this week.
Hey, Curtis, it's all good. I am just happy that you were on the show.
Oh, I did do that first time in a month. That's true.
And as 60 says, there's a video online that tutors you in modern Tetris on how to play maximizing things. And Dr. Ted's talking about trying to keep the one line blank on the side so that you can drop your long skinny pieces in there for a Tetris, which is
4 lines at once that you're taking out.
Yeah, and I think you get more points for that in this one. I know in the old version you did.
Yeah.
I never actually really paid attention to how many points I was getting. So.
Well, you saw my score. Obviously, I wasn't either.
Yeah, the only issue I myself had was the key placement.
Yeah, that was the same with me.
I had no problem with the key placement. I don't know what's wrong with you guys.
Well, if it would have been up one more row where it would have been like most PC games where it's the ASWD keys, then I probably would have been a little bit better with it.
No, I just shifted my hand down a row and I used it just like the ASWD keys. And I never had a problem.
I kept hitting the Windows key though.
I'm used to using the right side, so I used the M, the period, the L, and the comma.
Oh, I have an Apple keyboard, so I don't have a Windows key.
That's how I did it. I used the right hand side, and then I used the number 1 key for the what was it, rotation?
Yeah, I didn't actually. One thing I found that it worked better for me was not using the drop key. I would use the go down faster key, but not the actual drop key.
Yeah, that's what I did too.
Early on, but not later. I needed the extra time anyway.
Yeah, I just never used any of the drop keys when I when I got later in the game. So
for me, when this each level it was speeding up. To me, when I got into level 5, that was about as fast as I could handle.
Actually, I wanted to ask Mark, what does it feel like to be in the? I think you made the top 10 this month or this week.
I did, number 10.
Yep.
What does it feel like to be in the upper echelon of the game players now? And you slaughtered me, like you, I don't know, beat my score by 20 times or something.
Felt pretty good. Tetris was more kind of my game anyway. And then I also used to do real well with like the Centipede type game, which is, I believe, our next game this week.
Well,
but
speaking,
trackpad would be nice for Wiggle Worm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a lot of difficulties with the controls for Wiggle Worm.
Yeah.
I tried with the
now it only goes up and down one line, right?
3 lines.
2 lines technically.
2 lines, yeah.
You can the bottom 3 lines are your movement.
Yeah.
But you have to really jam the joystick up to get to the 3rd line.
Yeah, but didn't Centipede use a little more?
Yeah.
It was a trackball scroll. We could scroll pixel by pixel up and down for about the bottom, 1/5 of the screen or something.
Yeah, so it equaled out to about 6 heights of your guy.
Yeah, that way you can get above. When the worm got below you, you could stay above them until they got.
But I think one of the big things though is that on this one, the worms, like in the original Centipede, when the worm hits the bottom, it would turn around and start coming back at you. Whereas this one, when it hits the bottom, it just reforms at the top and starts coming down again. So you don't have to worry about that bounce back.
And that's why it's a completely original game and not a clone of anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because one of the biggest problems I had was when the worm would get down to the bottom, just trying to avoid it with only 3 lines. But when I was using when I was using the mouse, it wasn't too bad. But when I was using the joystick, it wouldn't go to the bottom. It would only use the middle and the upper line of movement.
And Ken, you had the opposite problem. You can get to the top line. You could do the bottom too, right?
Yeah, I could do the bottom too. And if I really jammed the joystick up, I could get to the 3rd line.
Yeah,
I think that's what I was getting. That's why I was asking how many lines, because I could only see 2.
Yeah, because I used my deluxe in both centering mode and free floating mode, and I used my Black Beauty, and neither one of them would go anything beyond middle and up, and then upper line. And then I also had a lot of difficulty with getting precise positioning for shooting things coming down.
Yeah. Well, if you ever played Tom Mix Software's Caterpillar Attack from '82, that only has 2 positions, and it's designed to only have 2 positions. So that's probably the worst one for that type of play. I prefer Color Peter Caterpillar.
All these things that you're talking about here, Sloopy, are things that make this an original game as opposed to a copy of Centipede.
Yeah. No copyright issues here at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's a completely 100% original game. I mean, first off, you're fighting a worm, not a centipede.
No.
Isn't the centipede part of the worm family?
You know,
no, I don't think so.
It's
under
amazing.
copyright, no.
It's amazing Mr. Wingnut's still here.
He is.
Why?
Yeah, I know.
What, you got the sound off or something?
No, I'm listening. I'm actually I'm entertained. I'm good.
Dixie in the chat is saying first few games I disliked Wiggle Worm, but then playing on the stream I found I'd gotten more used to it. But yes, emulation and used a mouse. It also does not work in a CoCo 3, which I did start to research, but I haven't got far enough to...
Don't try to play it on a CoCo 3. Any version of a CoCo 3 does not work. CoCo 1 and 2 only.
I did find out what basically what's happening is it ends up going through some routine, and it doesn't do it like right off the we found out if you move around you're fine.
Yeah, when
if you shoot and you don't
mushrooms.
hit anything, you're fine. But if you hit something, and it's not always the first shot, it might. Or did you figure out anything further, Ken?
You can shoot the worm, but if you shoot a mushroom, that's when it freezes.
Well, the first time you hit a mushroom every time? Because I thought I got a few where I didn't.
If you shoot a mushroom that was formed when you shot a worm, you can shoot it. But if you shoot one of the mushrooms that were originally on the screen, that's when it freezes.
That sounds like a true bug.
Yeah, so I did look at like in the MAME debugger, and then basically I couldn't catch it at the right time, which is why I kind of gave up on it. But I have to probably do a full-blown trace to do it, trace dump. But basically what happens is that it jumps off into what's not code, like in the middle of the graphics screen or something stupid, and then it just starts doing wackadoodle things. And your wackadoodleness will probably change between a 6309 and a 6809 just because of what random crap it's trying to execute as code. So I don't know if it's like a stack problem where it's not getting the right program counter to go back to, or like why it's unique to the CoCo 3 is what I don't understand yet. Because I mean, for that type of code, it doesn't go up in 64K, it doesn't go up to vector page, which is unique on a CoCo 3. So I'm not quite sure why it's doing that. Unless the initialization of random parts of memory is different on between a CoCo 3 and the other computers, and maybe that's where it's going nuts, and somehow it just flukily makes it back otherwise.
It's some hereto unknown difference between the CoCo 1 and 2 and the CoCo 3. So as soon as you figure it out what it is, Curtis, then there's a CoCo Tech episode.
Right.
I did find where the joystick button press is done, and I did figure out where the reading the joysticks is done. It uses the ROM call for the joystick read and directly reads the PIA for the button press. So I did get that far, and then it was just trying to figure out all the other routines of what it means.
What if it's the sound routine?
It could be.
Wouldn't it have a different sound if it hit a mushroom versus a other object?
Well, it seems to differentiate between two different mushrooms, like Ken was saying. Like if it's an original mushroom from the original playboard, or whether it's one created by shooting a piece.
I'd get it to lock up even if on the one created by the worm.
In the 60s, man.
But I could get a few shots in.
You didn't care what mushrooms you had, man.
It's all good. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, we're giving Ron flashbacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ronnie Chong.
Yeah, man. Look out, man.
Now, Scott Cooper's saying Wiggle Worm's a little choppy. Frame rate must be 2 frames per minute. It's better than that, isn't it?
I didn't find it choppy.
Yeah, I noticed that it was a little...
I mean, it's not the most smoothly running game, but...
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely higher than 10 frames per second.
It's still better than playing Neutroid.
Even on the CoCo 3, it's better than playing Neutroid.
All right, enough Neutroid bashing for today.
Yeah.
No, I actually agree with 60 though that Wiggle Worm, when I first played it, it was like, well, it's a clone of Centipede and
a cheap one. It was one of the T&D magazine.
A cheap one,
or Chromoset, I should say.
And basically, it was just a last-minute choice by me because I was just looking for a game, and actually growing on me. The more I played it, I'm liking it more and more. And I don't know what Sloopy's talking about with the controls, but I do see that Dr. Ted said that he has 2 deluxe controllers. One of them doesn't work at all with it. It just moves the guy around like all over the screen, and the other one runs smoothly. So.
I wonder if we have any new people that show up and they hear Mr. Wiggleworm and wondering if he was in Rainbow or not.
So this joystick routine, is it hard? Is it looking like 0 and 63 to mean the 2 extremes, or does it have a range? It certainly sounds like it's too restrictive somehow. And if you're going to be digging in there.
It's the thing is that it's probably like the range is 0 to 63, and it uses a text screen which is 32, so you only have like two deviations for each column on the screen.
So it might not be even if you divide the 63 into 3 parts. Right?
Yeah, so it's kind of difficult to get it to be exactly in any specific column. And I noticed that some columns were almost impossible to get into, whereas other columns, they were easy to get to, but the ones that were hard to get to, you would like have to go to them close and then just move slightly to get them into that column.
Well, if you guys want to research it with a MAME debugger, you can jump to address 3418 while it's executing, put a breakpoint there, and that's where it actually calls the joystick routine. So you can actually get the values stored in, 158 through 15D, and then you can kind of trace it from there.
And then where do I put my soldering iron?
Your hair. Oh, you have your beard. You have no hair. Sorry.
I'll tell you where to put your soldering iron.
Ooh, that'll keep me nice and warm.
I haven't told you yet.
We
Doesn't
know.
matter. He's got a dirtier brain than you.
Anyways, so Wiggle Worm, getting back on topic here. We don't want Curtis to burst into flames talking about soldering irons. So
hey, you're talking about getting back on topic, and then you start talking about your Wiggle Worm. I think that's an asparagus.
I think my Wiggle Worm is what we're talking about.
Good night, everybody.
No comment.
Anyways, yeah, I don't know. There's basically don't try to play Wiggle Worm on a CoCo 3 or a CoCo 3 emulator. It has to be CoCo 1 or 2, and you just have to get used to the controls. I know it's hard to do if you come from the Atari world to actually get used to controls, but
unless you had an Atari 5200, that had a free-floating analog stick too. So,
semi-free floating. The
5200?
Yes, the rubber thing around it, when they were newer, actually would center the sticks mostly.
Oh, I don't remember that when my friend got his brand new.
Yeah,
it was totally free-floating because we were commenting it was kind of like the Black Beauty joysticks.
Maybe he removed it.
Yeah, on all the ones that I used. Well, it could also be. Did he have a 2-port or a 4-port?
I think he had the 2. I don't even remember now. I'd have to ask him.
Yeah, because the early ones, they actually would center themselves somewhat, not perfectly, but the
the
rubber.
the zigzaggy.
Yeah, the rubber
plastic thing would sort of make it center.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, the buttons, the side buttons were the worst part. Those things were pieces of crap rubber that half the time we didn't even register.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there was 2 versions of the joystick. The ones that came with the 4-port, which was the earlier ones, and then the later ones that came with the 2-port 5200s. And the later ones were less
marginally better,
marginally worse.
Oh, worse?
Yeah, they were cost reduced, and well, it's
right,
and it just wasn't as good. Because I remember
the first ones weren't that great to write a home about anyway, which is kind of ironic considering the Atari 2600 joystick is considered a classic.
Yeah, I mean the original ones were usable. It's just that they could have used some more refinement in their design, and if they would have had a rather decent joystick, but unfortunately they didn't refine it. I think that it's probably because I do believe that's around the time Trammell came to Atari.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
That era.
Yeah.
All
anyway,
right,
this isn't the Atari show, so that's enough of that.
That has been CoCoNation brings you 6502 talk. So,
hey, if I get some time this week, I'll continue researching into the CoCo 3. I might also see, because I know where the joystick read routine is that if you guys are all having issues where it's not quite getting the range right or scaling it wrong or whatever, I'll see if I can figure out if there's something obvious that's fixable there.
Yeah. So Ken, when on the show Thursday, I said, hey, listen Saturday when Ken says, so now's your cue to say whatever it was you said.
Okay, on Saturday, we played some live games, and we're going to talk about that first.
No, we played Thursday.
Or Thursday, we played some live games. Oh, wait, wrong. There we go. And this is your time to talk about it, Sloopy.
Oh, I'm supposed to be talking?
Yes.
Oh.
This is your show.
Oh, I guess. Well, no, this isn't my show, but we're showing my show.
Yes. That was like 9 or 10 players at once. That's impressive.
Yeah, we actually had a new well, not an all-time record, but a new 6-month record. We had 8 people playing at once, which was quite nice.
I thought we got up to 9 at one point.
Yeah, but
I think we had a few people in there that weren't playing too. So.
Yeah, well, we had I think 10 or 11 people total in the Discord, but we had 9 playing at once for a very short period of time. But I was in the middle of a really good game, so I wasn't able to go back and get the 9th person in before someone else left.
Yeah, we're showing 8 right now.
Basically, he was dropping the ball as the host of the show.
No, I was dropping the block.
The most important thing about being the host is not how well you're playing. It's making sure that everybody is spotlighted.
Even though they complain about being spotlit.
Well, I guess never mind.
So yeah, we had a wonderful show with a lot of people. We need to keep doing that. Keep having all these wonderful people on. Then we don't have to worry about Curtis being there so much or not being there. I mean, it was great. We had 3 Canadians. And
well, that's not a record. We did much better than that not too long ago.
Well, I mean, yeah, but we had 3 Canadians and we had someone from the UK.
So we were an international show.
So yeah, so we were a true international show. The only thing we would have needed was Nick there to cover all the hemispheres of the planet.
You guys will have to change days the show's on before Nick can make it, probably, though.
No. But yeah, unfortunately, as Curtis just said, Nick has a prior engagement, which I've told him to change it, but
Nick got engaged.
What's your wife say about that?
Even I didn't know that.
Yeah, Nick, I know how you feel. I'm always the last to know also. But
he got one by mail order.
Hey, it's great you had such a good turnout there, and a couple of decent games too. I mean, Wiggle Worm's obviously got some issues, especially with the CoCo 3, but as several people have said, it kind of grows on you after you play it for a while.
Yeah.
And then Blockdown is by far the best Tetris, especially if you want to play modern Tetris. It's the only one on the CoCo and Dragons. So, and if I remember correctly, Karen might be able to confirm this, or you guys might be able to. I believe there was a version of Blockdown that you could get on cartridge that actually had a sound chip in it and actually plays background music.
Yes. Evidently there is, from what I understand, if you contact Neil Blanchard, you might still be able to get one. So yeah, 60 says that he was basically asleep and you can't do that regularly, which I understand. Yeah.
And me, honestly, I would be taking part in more Game On challenges lately if it wasn't for this big project that I'm one of 3 people working on for one of our presentations at the virtual CoCo Fest, which we'll be talking about a little bit later in the show. But that's taken a lot more time than I was expecting. And I want to have it ready to go. So.
Oh, yeah. And just a reminder to the treasurer of the CoCoNation, no paychecks for Ken. See there on the screen?
Yeah. I've been ousted. My paycheck's been taken away.
Again?
Again.
Wait till the fines start kicking in.
I believe that's a division by zero error.
Right.
Yeah, and someone else got a 20% pay raise. I don't remember who that was, but
I believe that was Mr. L Curtis Boyle, wasn't it, last week?
yeah, I do believe it was. So
Well, it won't get to me. We got a postal strike, so oh well.
Yeah. So cheers to L Curtis Boyle and cheers to Ken.
All right. So if people wanted to join us, if we wanted to put even more people onto the screen here, when would they join us, Sloopy, and where?
They would join the Discord, which I'm sure one of the fine gentlemen of the CoCoNation could put the link in the chat on how to get to the CoCo Discord. If you're not already there,
I think you're on the wrong show.
Hey, this word doesn't mean what I think it means, so I'm going to use it anyway. So you can join the CoCo Discord, 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time on Thursday evenings. And all you have to do is just be there or be square. You can play the Game On Challenge game, or you can play any game on your CoCo that you see fit.
All right.
Thursdays, 8 p.m. On the CoCo Discord.
Yep. And if you want to watch it, you can make it onto the live Discord. You can, of course, watch it on our channel, the CoCoNation Show, on both Twitch and YouTube.
But we suggest you for the full CoCoNation Game On Challenge live experience, we suggest you be there on the show.
Yeah, and you don't get echo if you're on the Discord either. So,
yes.
What?
Which is all caused by Curtis, but we're trying to cover.
It can't be because it's been doing that when I'm not even on the show.
I didn't.
It's because you're not on the show that we're getting the echo.
You're not on the show. Yep.
No, it's on when I'm on the show. It's there too.
Yeah,
it's echoing across.
It has nothing to do with me.
Yes, it's still your fault. It doesn't matter whether you're there or not. So,
all right.
Ken, what are we playing next?
Oh, well, I spent many hours deciding on this game.
Neutroid for the MC10?
And anybody but Curtis.
This looks very reminiscent of a Load Runner.
I will give a hint. It's by Atomic Software, possibly their Novasoft division.
Gold Runner?
The Load Runner knockoff?
The Gold Runner 2 are by Dave Dyes, so that's different. This is different. And it's a little bit different play than Load Runner.
Yeah, the big difference in this one is that you've got these buckets going up and down on the side, and every time you pick up a treasure, it's got to go into the bucket, and it doesn't count until it actually leaves the screen. So...
We give up.
Everybody gives up? Well, Curtis, what do you say?
I give up.
You give up too?
See, I was right.
So the name of the game is I Give Up? Wow.
The name of the game is Gold Finder.
I had half of it right.
You had half of it right.
Gold Finder.
Actually, I did know, but...
Isn't that a James Bond movie?
Gold Finger.
Gold Finder.
And if I remember, it's got quite a few screens. I think there are ads and rainbow.
I think there's 60 levels, or actually just a second.
Or even more. I can't remember.
Now there is a you do talk in the in your listing of it that there's a like you can make your own screens, but you've never figured out how to actually use the.
Yeah, apparently the game itself has a level editor built into it.
Yeah,
so it does create their own screens, which the original Load Runner did as well.
And 150 screens.
Yeah.
Okay, there's 70 levels that are built into it, and you could have up to 306 levels on a disc if you felt like making them.
Yeah. And because of the, having to drop the gold off in the buckets before they go off the screen there for them to count there, it does play a fair bit differently. I mean, some of the basic stuff's the same, but
yeah, you don't
your
actually
strategies change. Let's put it that way.
You don't actually have to drop the gold into the bucket. As soon as you pick up a gold, it goes into the bucket. So it's not like you have to run over to the side of the screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I probably forgot that part. I haven't played it in a while, but.
And the biggest difference between that and Load Runner is that the bad guys actually can't pick up the gold. They just run right over it. So you're the only one that can pick up the gold. But you can't leave the screen until all the gold is off the screen in the buckets. So
can't do
so
that
it's a nice twist
either.
on the standard Load Runner game.
Yeah.
Yep. Similar but different a little.
And this is CoCo 1, 2, and 3.
Yep. 32K required, I think, or is it 64? Can't remember.
32K RAM,
32.
disc, joystick.
1 or 2 joysticks.
Troy Motz is the author by Tom Mix Software from 1986.
That'd be a Novasoft one, is it?
No, it might be a pure Tom Mix. I can't remember if that one's Novasoft.
It just says Curtis's site says Tom Mix, so and Curtis's site is never wrong.
Except on days ending with Y.
And just a little thing of interest that Curtis included in his write-up of it is that he's not 100% sure, but he thinks that Troy Motz was only 16 when he made this game.
Yes, I did hear that from somebody else. He was a member of some club, if I remember correctly, that he was showing the game off before he sent it to Tom Mix. And he was just in high school.
So what were you doing when you were 16 after you played this game? Think about it.
I was learning how to drink beer. Really?
Writing Stellar Odyssey.
Okay, well, Nick.
Oh, sure. Brag away, Nick.
Riding motorbikes.
Working on the family farm.
Actually, I was writing basic games, I think, when I was 16. That was what I was doing.
Curtis,
None of which
quick question.
I've heard of. Yep.
Was it F-15 or F-16 you were looking for?
F-16.
I've got it.
The original?
F-16 something?
I think so. I got a couple backups. I can get them over to an SDC.
Well, we need the original disc that's not.
Yeah, because there's a lot of cracked ones floating around, but they warp the title screen and part of the start levels all screwed up. And
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So if you have a copy of the original, I'm pretty sure I do have the original disc here. By the way, I don't know what it is, Brian, but your video and your audio are out of sync by a couple of seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, because your video goes first, and then a couple seconds later, the audio comes through.
You're doing your imitation of Jackie Chan.
I got to drop off, guys.
It's Godzilla. We must flee.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. It's like watching Bruce Lee. Hello there, sir. Yeah.
And back to the CoCo show.
All right, so that is all I have to say about games and gameplay and everything else. And we're just using the default settings for the game. So I think there is.
There's no different settings on Goldfinder. I think it's just.
According to your thing, there is, but I don't know how to get into them. So.
Yeah, it was kind of like the editor. I didn't figure that out either.
There's a. Yeah, you can just basically change the starting level, I think.
Oh, okay, so we'll just start on level 1 then.
And which drive you want the game to load from. So you could actually have 2 different versions of the game with different levels and play 2 players, but they'd be playing completely different levels.
Yeah, I was always intrigued by the fact that it included the level editor because none of the Dave Dyes ones did that. And they usually only had, I think, 40 or 50 screens or something. I can't remember now.
Anyways, let's see if how long it takes Dr. Ted to beat all 70 levels.
Yeah. Maybe it's time for Buck to come back and try to take back his crown.
How do you know they're not the same person?
Because he's been pretty active on the Amigo Discord.
Yeah, and do you ever see Buck and Dr. Ted being active on the Amigos Discord at the same time?
I think Dr. Ted's even on the Amigo Discord, so you may have a point there.
Or are they active on the CoCo Discord at the same time? Or
I think they have been on the same game on Challenge Live, though. Haven't they?
I don't think so. They've both posted scores for certain games, but I don't think they've ever been live together.
Intriguing. Conspiracy theory starting now.
Yes. I think they are the same AI. Anyway.
So now wait, for another week we've got which one?
We've got Wiggle Worm for another week, and then Gold
Finder.
I already forgot the name of it. Gold Finder for 2 weeks.
I will try to take another stab at getting Wiggle Worm patched.
Or just play on
either at least for the joystick and stuff here, because you guys have all exclaimed that there is a problem with the joystick reads where it's not giving you the full
I don't have a problem.
And then I'll try to also see if I can figure out what the hell's going on with the CoCo 3 and why it's running off to La La Land to execute random data as code.
Sure, you're gonna change the joystick read and it's gonna completely screw up my game because I'm used to the old way.
Too bad. I'll try. I don't know if I'll have enough time. Like I said, I have to get this other thing done for the virtual fest, and it's taking way longer than it should.
All right then, on to the news.
Okay. First of all, Mark B, if you're available, do you want to do a commercial first, or do you want me to do the game news and then a commercial?
We could do a commercial. Oh yeah, here we go.
Hi, I'm John.
And I'm Aaron of The CoCo Show.
And you're watching or listening to the CoCoNation, the live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its cousins.
All hail the CoCoNation.
Future Vision Research is your source for FujiNet platforms, including the FujiNet for Tandy color computers. The FujiNet cartridge supports CoCo models 1, 2, and 3 and comes with HDB-DOS DriveWire 3. Load files from SD card or connect to Wi-Fi and load files over the internet or your local Windows, Mac, and Linux computers. Applications from the FujiNet team allow you to follow news from all over the world, catch up on Mastodon messages, and even track the International Space Station. For more information and to purchase your own FujiNet devices, visit fvresearch.com.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3SCARTcable.com.
A little brush of joystick to really bring our CoCo experience to life. And now I'm thinking a flourish of blue to accent our CoCo scene. And this Scriptset blue might be, but as I'm looking at it against the canvas, it wouldn't be the right blue for me. We don't make mistakes on this show. We just have happy accidents. Now let's go for baseball blue. A nice hue to accent from our CoCo, but not overpower the scene. Hi, I'm TJB Chris, the Bob Ross of the CoCoNation, and you're watching the CoCoNation live show. Now isn't that fun?
And we're back.
Yeah, we're back. And I got distracted.
Wake up, Mark.
Got distracted. It's like, oh, dang, it's over already.
Ooh, piece of candy.
All right.
Somebody poked the button pushing monkey.
News intro. That's what we're doing. There we go.
Then you can go back to sleep.
Yeah.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, you should be seeing the archive.worldofdragon.org forums on the screen if I picked the right one.
Looks like it to me.
Okay, so first up, Pere Serrat has released 2 more game packs that support the Supersprite FM Plus with the updated palettes. These are Spectrum engine games from the ZX Spectrum. And the first pack, pack number 8 that he released this past week, contains 6 games. And there's Diamond Geezer, Magic Able, Meteor Mania, The Hair-Raising Adventures of Mr. Hair, Nixie the Glade Sprite, and Papyrus. And you can see screenshots of them here. This one actually kind of looks like a side shooting space game, which is a bit different for that engine. This is one that actually has been demoed when he first created the AGD engine to show these hardware sprites and then the multi-voice music running in the background. So that one I'm actually quite familiar with seeing. And then this one here, I like the shading here because, I mean, the Spectrum didn't have a ton of colors to choose from, but this actually gives a nice shading between the cyan and the gray.
Oh, I used the color clash to good effect.
Yeah.
Nice.
But there's, quite a good screenshots in here. And like I said, you get the full advantage of getting hardware sprites. It's basically an MSX stuff, basically type hardware, along with a multi-voice sound chip. And I mean, we've got several of, multi-voice sound chips and stuff. There's one built the Mega Mini. There's a game, I'm pulling a blank here. The one that John Linville did.
Christmas Rush. You're looking for the Game Master cart?
Thank you. I don't know why that blanked in my head here.
The hardware. Okay.
Sheldon McDonald's done a few games that actually support multiple pieces of the sound hardware. Of course, John's done his own games for his own hardware. But to be honest, this by far has the most support just because of all the AGD games. Plus, it gives you enhanced graphics as well, because this all runs on a CoCo 1 or 2 or a Dragon 3264 type thing, and you're getting some pretty decent updates. But they've got a lot of good games. They're basically mostly platformers. This first one's a bit of a different one, and it's more of a shoot 'em up. So that's kind of an interesting addition to the library there. And then he released another one for Games Pack 9, which includes Page's Castle Quest, Robot the Impossible Mission, Springbot Mars Attack, Sprouty, Stars, UFO, and Yokai Monk, I guess. And as before, they're basically, flip screen platformers type thing. And then this one is more of like a going through a maze style, but almost a bouncing boulder style look to it anyway. I don't think that's what it is, but some really good stuff here. And as of the fact that he's got 9 of these packs up now, that's over 50 games he's got released for these updates for the MSX Supersprite FM Plus board. So if you get one of those boards, you immediately have more than 50 games to play that support the music and the enhanced graphics. And there's more to come. So he's still, getting a whole bunch of them out there. So that's a pretty nice sized game library to support that hardware, which you can order from, I believe it's John Whitworth sells it in the UK. If you're interested in that.
And the Supersprite FM is an emulated device in MAME.
Oh, I forgot about that. Is it in any of the other emulators, like VCC or anything? Or?
Not that I know of.
Okay. We should actually have you do a little bit of a presentation on that at some time, Alan, like to show how to run it in MAME. And then I think you got the real hardware too, don't you?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Because this is something we've just played a few video clips of the stuff that's on YouTube, but I would love to actually show it off in quote unquote real life in a live stream.
Well, let's terrify Brian then. He's got one.
If he can find it in his, truckloads of merchandise.
Brian needs more screen time.
Only one?
No.
I'd also like to see how well it runs on the CoCo versus the Dragon, if there's any difference at all, or if it just runs the same.
Easy now on not be able to find it. It's within arm's reach. So,
so you'll have it plugged in, ready to go by the time I'm done the game on
The end of show challenge has been
won't be quite that far, but yes.
Anyway, yeah, there's over 50 games. I think it's 54 as of this last game pack, and like I said, he's got more coming out. I know the regular CoCo ones, there's well over 200 and I might be past 250 games now, which just use the regular CoCo 1, 2, and Dragon 3264 graphics mode, which is all monochrome basically. It's just about black and white P mode 4. None of the background sound, but the gameplay's there if you want to try the games. But actually having this hardware, there's a fair bit of support for it now with the AGD stuff, and there's a few other things that support it as well. So it's a pretty, out of all the CoCo 1 and 2 graphics slash, well, it's the only one that has both graphics and sound upgrades. So that's one big plus for it. Otherwise, you've got choices like the CoCo VGA and I think the CoCo DV and a few others to give you enhanced graphics. Actually, the CoCo DV, does that have extra sound hardware too? I think it might. AC was actually in the chat earlier, so you can probably correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But basically, you've had a choice of getting a graphics update like a CoCo VGA or a sound update like a Game Master, and this one has both and has software support. So. Next up, the Wargaming Scribe has released his review of Battle for Tunis for the CoCo, which is a 1984 game from Arc Royal Games. And as usual, he does this very detailed full review of the game. Here's got a virtually scrolling map to show you the desert. This, unlike a lot of the war games that were put out where there's tons of little tree symbols and stuff like that, this is mostly just desert. So there's not much for cover. And of course, he gets into the heavy technical details. He goes right in the game. He always plays a game to completion. This one he had to play a couple times because he actually lost the first time through, if I remember correctly, and then he actually made it through the second time. So you got to kind of like hone your strategies, which is the whole point of the war games, I guess. I never was that much into war games, but I did have a few friends here that were.
He picked a strategy that he decided he didn't like based on how it ended up. So then he tried a different strategy and destroyed it. So.
Lots of screenshots, lots of animated screenshots to kind of show you, what the actual gameplay when you're actually playing it is like. And of course, he does multi-platform, so he's comparing war games across every platform known to man, including modern stuff too. So if you're into war games at all, definitely you should just go onto his page and check it regularly because he does a lot of stuff. Here's giving the review. Average completion time 2 hours. Total time he played was 3. Low complexity rating obsolete. Obviously, if you're comparing a 1984 game with a 2024 game, it's going to be a bit different. But a well done and thorough review as usual. Now here's like what a more modern war game looks like. And this is actually also a Battle of Tunis style game. It's in the same spot in the desert. And the graphics here look a little different than say that. Next up after that, Greg Stephenson from Australia started this a few weeks back where he had a game that he liked out of Australian CoCo magazine from the October 1980, was it 5 or 6? 85. So it was a basic ML hybrid game called The Caverns of Narzod. And it was not working. He typed it in because they couldn't find the discs for these, like, a Rainbow on Disc equivalent or something. And he was having some problems with it. One of the problems is that it does not work on disc. It was hard-coded for the graphics being where a cassette system would place it. So I and Paul Fiscarelli helped get that part fixed. And then he had a few other little bugs, I think, just from the type-in and stuff that eventually got fixed. So now it's fully working. And you can see a screenshot of it here. And it's uploaded, and it's now available in the Color Computer Archive. So if you want to give this one a shot, and it's kind of like a four-way scrolling in the middle here, where you're driving your little ship around and, trying to get through walls. You got spiders and stuff chasing you and stuff too. So it's looks like a pretty interesting game. And that same author, Max Bretridge, who did the original, had a few other games that were also basic ML hybrids by the sounds of it. And it looks like Greg is going to be working on getting those typed in and going too. And they may need some patching as well. But now that we kind of know what to look for, that should go a little bit quicker. And I like finding these. Like these are ones that were published only in Australian CoCo. They weren't a Rainbow. Sometimes the Rainbow in Australia or some of the other magazines would import articles from North American publishers, like a Hot CoCo article or a Rainbow article or whatever. but these are all original stuff written by Australians. So they all had a limited release in Australia, and we haven't seen any of these really up in North America. So it's really cool being able to see the Australian, the UK, the European, and the North American, now sharing programs and games between them that we have not seen on our own side of the pond. So that's actually expanding the game library for both the Dragon and the CoCo, because now we're getting stuff we've never seen before. And some of them are pretty good hidden gems. So if you haven't tried this one, definitely go check it out. Next up, Paul Fiscarelli. I don't know if you heard me talking with the amigos there that there aren't any real Christmas games on the CoCo. Well, he came out with one. It's called Christmas Match. So this is a memory match type thing. It's one where you got the tiles and you've got to match two of the same.
Paul Shoemaker.
What did I say?
You said Paul Fiscarelli.
Oh, whoops, wrong Paul. Yeah, Paul Shoemaker, sorry.
Wrong name drop.
Yeah, fire me. Okay, you guys can go on. You're on. I'm gone. At any rate, basically, this is one of those flip tile ones where you have to match two. Like you only flip one or two tiles at once. If they don't match, they flip back upside down. You kind of have to memorize where you saw that particular one before. And there's been a few of these, like EOU includes one called Mix Up, for example. This one here has definitely got a Christmas theme. It's got some Christmas music in it. It starts on a fairly small grid, which is fairly easy, but then it starts expanding into a wider grid. So it gets a little bit harder because you have more to do. But there's no scoring. There's no time limit or anything else. So it's not a competitive game. This is something, Ken, maybe you want to throw in as a bonus, kind of like we did Stellar Odyssey, maybe up through Christmas or something, so people play this one too. It's free download. He's not charging for it in itch.io. And if you get the show notes from the Discord, the CoCo Discord there, you'll be able to get the direct link to his itch.io page to download. You can actually see it's just a download button. No money exchanges hands. It's just a quick
Easter version, Halloween version.
Why not?
Yeah, well, this would be an easy
Milk it
one.
for all it's worth. That's my motto.
Yep, you can easily change this for any holiday.
Yeah, he's just got to change up some of the graphics for the stuff you flip over and then the music theme.
I want to go the other way. It has that sort of elf bowling vibe to the title screen. We should have the back-talking Santa Claus and things like that in here.
And he's got some nice little animations in it too, which I will show you now on the video he released for it. That's CoCo 3 only, I should mention at this point. Did you guys hear that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure most of you have played this type of a game before.
Yeah.
These are ones that were popular to write in BASIC, actually.
Actually themed, though.
Yeah. And animated, like most of the time, the other ones just flip. No, they don't animate the flip of the tile. They just blink to the shape hidden underneath. So this one actually adds a little bit more flair to it, I guess. A nice choice of colors, nice Christmas theme with, presents and cones and stockings and Santa and reindeer heads and.
They're in there, dang it. You missed the tree, you stupid.
I don't have a good enough memory for these types of games myself, but I'll just fast forward to the later level. I think it's 5x5 grids the maximum. Now, some of the other versions of this type of a game I've seen the CoCo like Mix Up on EOU, if you're playing two players, it alternates, so you can memorize something your opponent forgot. And he goes and flips them going, I know what that is. And then you go get the points for it, which would make, I think, a nice change to this one, too, if you did want to do a multiplayer. This would actually be, I think, a good model for going with FujiNet, because FujiNet has that feature where you can play two players simultaneously and actually keep track of high scores and stuff between them. This would make a good two-player game. There wouldn't be that much overhead. It's just basically what tiles are flipped over and who got them. But it would make a good one to do a head-to-head over the net type thing, I think. And even with Rick's, I mean, this would not be too, CPU or network heavy that you could just transfer little packets of data as to which one. You could do the animations and stuff locally.
Right.
So this would make a good head-to-head game and then add some scoring and time, maybe time limits per move or something like that. Or alternating play actually would be enough, I think, plus a scoring.
Absolutely.
A high res 320 by 200 one would be good.
Yeah, well, Paul usually picks these lower ones, I think, mainly because he wants to try to make a CoCo 1 and 2 /Dragon /MC10 version later on. So he usually picks the, 128 by 96, which is kind of a P mode 1. Now on the CoCo 3 does custom palettes and maybe higher amounts of colors and screen at once. So he tries to make it so it's easier to backport or forward port for that matter. Anyway, good game. So I definitely go check it out. Go grab it right now. I actually send a suggestion because there is going to be a CoCo show by the Amigos here coming up just before Christmas. And they're going to be doing, because they've already exhausted the other Christmas games, they have the Christmas Rush. Yeah, and then also Paul, the third Paul Fairs.
Fair, yeah.
He did his Timberman Christmas edition too, so they've already played those in previous years. So there wasn't any other CoCo Christmas games that we knew of. So they're doing skiing games, like basically winter sports. So they're going to do the skiing cart from Tandy, and they're going to be doing a Port of a Dragon game, actually, Horus Goes Skiing, which is kind of a mixture of two games. It's a skiing scroller and Frogger, really hectic Frogger. But I suggested to Aaron here when this got released this week, I sent him, I said, it's free download, no scoring, but if you want just a little bit of a Christmas theme, throw that in. It's even got some Christmas music you can play on the stream. So,
hey, Curtis.
Yep.
So make sure you throw in a plug for all those open slots for other, holiday themed games like New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, Valentine's Day, St. Patty's Day, April Fool's Day, all the usual.
I'm sure Paul's working on all of those right now. So
okay.
Arbor
Day. On too.
You just did that. So
Groundhog Day, because we'll keep hearing about it over and over again.
Okay, there we go. The game crashes part of the way through and restarts. It's a feature.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
Should do a version specifically for a person, like a David L.A.D. one, and you can have all the tiles being floppy.
Yeah, and every time you match tiles, it has a David saying digitized.
Yeah, that's right. That'd be fun.
Basically.
And creepy.
Or not.
Is David still on the call?
He's just
seriously.
Seriously.
See, I can never tell now if that's really David or just somebody's soundboard. So.
Right.
Every time you get a match, it goes, ooh.
Indeed.
Really?
Anyway, it's a good game. It's colorful. It's themed with Christmas. If you have younger kids, the younger kids don't really care, if it's 4K graphics or anything. They might have fun with this too. And it's also a memory game, so it actually does help you, work on your memory type stuff. And they, so I know a lot of the games like this on phones kind of recommend you do this type of thing so you don't catch Alzheimer's. I have no idea if that actually works or not, but what the hell, it's probably worth a shot, eh?
What were we just talking about?
Nick, you got to start playing this game like pronto. Next up, Chronologically Gaming. He's back after a little break for Thanksgiving. And one of the games he covered this week that was released in November of 1982, and this actually has a specific release date in November because it showed up in one of the little Christmas flyers that came to your house, which actually had a 2-week range of when it was on sale, and Poltergeist was brand new. So we actually have a date proper for this one. So he decided to cover Poltergeist. He's not that impressed with the game, and he gives some reasons for it. He does like that bug that's in there, which I think most of us know on the first level. If you are getting hit by the cars too much while you're trying to collect all the little bits and then get to the house with the Poltergeist, basically just hold on the joystick button and the cars never come out. Rather bad bug to put in a commercially released game, but that's what we got. But it just definitely makes it easier. The biggest problem, and I agree, this is probably one of the biggest problems with this one. I mean, he's complaining a lot about the loosey-goosiness of the Black Beauty joysticks trying to steer in the stairs or in the suburbs where you're going between houses. I got used to the stick early on, so it didn't really bother me. And if you have a self-centering stick, obviously it's quite a bit better if you're more used to that. The problem is that if you get to a later level and you die, even if you have spare men left, you have to go all the way back to the first level every time. You don't restart the level you died on. And that, I think, is a mistake on the design of the game because it's too difficult there. On the third level, which he got to in practice, but he didn't get to on the live stream here. That one is supremely hard, and you need extremely fast reflexes especially as you're going through, because you have to think shoot 8 poltergeists as they're coming out of the energy field type thing. And basically it's a dot that starts growing larger. And eventually in the last couple frames of the animation, when you've only got a second or two left, it'll turn into a human figure, which is Carol Ann. Don't shoot it. Or it'll turn into this weird angry ghost head thing that is the poltergeist. You're supposed to shoot it. And you end up usually either missing him and he hits you by flying through the energy field too fast, or you accidentally shoot Carol Ann because you didn't let it zoom up enough to tell the difference between the two. So it's a bit of a bugger. And if I remember correctly, because I did used to win it when I was young and had better reflexes and eyesight, I think it actually just ends the game. Or does it go back to the beginning? I can't remember off the top of my head. Does anybody here remember? Has anybody ever actually beaten the poltergeist? Wow, nobody? I remember I did do it multiple times back in the day, but yeah, this is a game one of us should actually go through and patch that when you die, you stay on the same level. Because if you get to the second top stair and then a poltergeist hits you, and you have to go all the way back to collecting all the crap for Carol Ann again, even with the cheats, you can get through it easily. It's still annoying that you have to take all that time to get back there. It'd be better if you just stayed on the same level, I think.
Well,
and this is a game we don't... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is one of those games, the difficulty is such that you will probably just chuck it and play another game because you're getting frustrated and you wanted to have fun. That was my reaction anyway.
Well, I think there was also the transition that was happening between 82 to 84, 85, I think, the transition, because before then, if you're doing an arcade-style action game, you basically followed the mantra of the arcades. You get 3 men. It's got to be hard because we got to earn those quarters. You have to be able to pump it back in. When you're on the home computer, you're not spending quarters, so you don't have that whole vibe of trying to, increase how good you are really quickly type thing. You could actually take the time to explore and stuff. And I think a lot of the arcade games started changing not too long after this, where they started taking into consideration. You're playing this at home. You're not spending money on every single gameplay, so you don't use that same thought process of designing a game. You actually start designing it so that people can run around and explore and find things and take the slow way around. You don't put time limits and you don't put, this hard coded, you get sent all the way back to the beginning because we want to earn some more quarters out of you. So I agree with that too.
Visitors so that they'll buy the cartridge also.
Yeah. But this one's kind of unique because this is an adaptation of a movie, rather famous one.
Steven Spielberg.
And as far as I know, this is the only version of Poltergeist for any home computer or game console ever made was on the CoCo. So Tandy went out on a limb here to get the licensing for this, which would not have been cheap. And it's a bit different than a lot of the other arcade games because it's basically 3 mini games combined, and they're quite different in gameplay from each other. So there's a bit of variety here. You got a pretty good deal, but it was an expensive cartridge compared to some of the other ones because of the licensing fees, I'm sure. So it's a bit of an oddball in the CoCo community, and they didn't do any licensing of games after this for several years. So I don't know if they actually made too much money on this. Right. And I don't know how good of a seller it was either, but I'll play a little bit of the clip here. You can kind of feel what he thought of it, but.
The main event. It's time to play on the TRS-80 color computer for the most bizarre video game I thought we'd ever see. It's Poltergeist. And based on the movie Poltergeist. Take a look at the box. It's official.
Yeah, even the design of the
what scares you.
The manual is very different from the other Tandy ones at this time, which had that kind of pseudo 3D
Poltergeist
isometric shadow look.
This is on the TRS-80 color computer. It is the 152nd game we've played on the CoCo.
I'll skip through the directions for you. I'll actually show some gameplay.
Basically mini games that we're going to be going and playing this. So I'm going to push our button. Can you gather the things you need to rescue Carol Ann? Probably not. So I'm going to play the first level as is intended. Here's how it works. It's a top-down view of all the suburbs. I'm in the top left, scurrying along as someone on... and I'm trying to find all of the items as I move around. But there are cars in the way. I have to tell everyone, the flashing is so bad in this game. Poltergeist wants you to have a seizure, so if you're sensitive to those things, please close one eye or turn away because it's very, very intense. I'm watching my eyesight now. So you can see how bad the cars are and preventing us from getting into the houses. So what you're intending to do is find the black dots on a home, find an item. Right there I found the rope. So if we go down to this house over here, we can go get another item. I'm actually going to use all my lives. There I just picked up the tennis balls. These are just random items from the movie, I think. But the controls already are really bad. I'm already used to the drift of the analog controls of this, but
now I will say I didn't find the controls that bad, but I was used to a Black Beauty by the time this came out, so it didn't really bother me that much. I was kind of used to it. It definitely would be better with a self-centering deluxe joystick. And for those of you who've not seen the game before, I'll fast forward. Basically, he uses the exploit where if you hold down the joystick button, no cars come out, which makes that game basically just gather up the items and get the poltergeist within 30 seconds. It's pretty easy. And then you get the stairs, which actually is my favorite level out of the game. And like I said, he doesn't get to show you the third one here, but
game really isn't horror at all. It's not even close to horror. All right, let's see if we can make our escape to the top. This whole part is very random and very difficult because the poltergeist is, gosh, and the controls are so difficult, and we have to go all the way back again.
And that is a fatal flaw. So first of all, I wanted to ask you guys, how many people here, first of all, played Poltergeist? And then out of those that you have, what was your opinion of the game?
I played it.
What was that, Nick?
I played it and it sucked.
Oh, okay.
All right. I'll go with Nick. I played it back in the day and I always threw it down and played something different because I wanted to have fun. I didn't want to do this.
Wow, we just got scathing reviews so far.
I played it and I didn't really mind it. I just not a game that I'd play for a long time, but a game that I could pick up and play a few rounds of and then say, okay, I'm going to move to something else now. But I never got mad at it or anything.
Yeah, I'm with Ken. That's kind of what my experience was. Like the first time I actually won it, the high of actually finally beating the poltergeist in the energy field, and the very little bit it does when you win was very, very disappointing. But I didn't mind the gameplay. And like I said, I was used to the Black Beauties by then. I'd already been playing Pac-Man and stuff, so I didn't need auto center. I could do that with my thumb.
Remember though, back down here in PAL, you didn't get the colors, the reds or the blues.
Oh, right. Yeah, this would have been like vertical stripes there of black and white. Oh, that would have been gross.
It looked terrible.
That sounds like an Australia problem.
Well, Europe too. I mean, that would have been a problem in the UK and in Europe too.
Right.
So it wasn't a very colorful color computer.
No.
But it would look like the picture on the front of the box.
Yeah, because everything you see on the screen that is either orange or blue would have been vertical stripes of white.
No, we had weird stripes of magenta and green.
Oh, there's Ken. Well, you can't see him because I'm sharing my screen here, but he's got the original cartridge with the original manual.
Yep.
You want to stop sharing so you can show it? Mark, already got him highlighted, or?
Yep.
Okay.
There he is.
But if you look at the other ones in 1982 and earlier, there was a standard look to the manuals of most of the Tandy games, and it was kind of that isometric 3D shadow thing, like if we showed like a skiing or a Quasar Commander or Pinball or any of these, say, oh, I had this generic look, and this was, I think, the first one that looked completely different. And I don't know if that was Metro Goldwyn-Mayer, the guys that made the movie, that dictated that, or if Tandy wanted to really highlight this is not your average CoCo game, it's an actual licensed movie extravaganza.
The inside is really boring. It's all just words.
Okay. On that same,
no picture book.
On that same theme, if you pile all of your game packs up, the title's all the same way except on Activision, and they're upside down.
Yep, that's true. All the game carts. It was a little weird. When we're asking for ratings on the game here, I think that's what Ken Reichard was responding to in the chat with -69, which means I don't think he was very impressed with it. I'm with Ken. It's not a great game. I did like the stair one. That one's fun because you eventually figure out the poltergeist always beeline straight for you no matter where he is. But if he hits any objects moving back for those stairs, he gets stalled. As it's running over him, he can't move. So you can actually kind of lure him to, like, say, a bunch of stuff on the left, and if you get a whole line of them in a row there, and you have a free space on the right, you can just zip right up and you're off and onto the next level. So that one requires some strategy. That was my favorite level by far.
We played this on the Game On Challenge some long time ago.
Yes, we did.
We did.
Okay.
Did anybody complete it then? I can't remember. I know I made it to the energy field a few times, but I don't think I beat it that time.
I think Buck Owens got close, but I don't remember if he completed it or not.
Yeah, the ending's very disappointing. There's no big extravaganza graphics or anything. It basically just gives you some bonus points in that little orange text color and says you won. Like, that's it.
Mark Siegel's in the chat was asking, what was the question that you wanted to ask him about the game?
Did I have a question? Oh, I guess it's basically about the licensing. Like they didn't license anything official, even cross-platform, for a few years after that. I was wondering if that because maybe this took a bit of a bath as far as profits went. Now, Poltergeist might have been out before Mark got hired at Tandy or just after, so I don't know if he would have known too much about what happened there. I'm pretty sure it's programmed by Robert Arnstein, same guy who did Project Nebula and all the text adventures like Bedlam and Pyramid 2000 and all that kind of stuff. Though that's not said anywhere, but it's a style of programming. I think it was him. And Ken really doesn't like it. He said it stinks in all caps, and he said it's aged like milk.
Probably why it never appeared for anything else.
Maybe, yeah, could be.
Back, tell us what you really think.
But it's kind of like in the annals of CoCodom, it's actually kind of cool that we had a unique licensed title that nobody else had. Too bad it wasn't better, but.
If you hate Poltergeist so much, I say put it side by side against Neutroid and then see what you think of it.
Good point, Ken.
Grid-based graphics kind of.
I thought we were done slamming Neutroid. I thought we promised that earlier.
That was just during the Game On Challenge segment. This is a whole new segment, a whole new time to slam Neutroid.
Hey, Mark says, yes, that is correct. Is that about Robert Ernstein writing it, or is it about the fact that you guys didn't license anything for a few years afterwards because it took a bath because of the licensing fees? I'm not sure which one he's answering.
Oh, interesting.
Ken Reichert says, Neutroid 11 days out of 10 compared to Poltergeist.
Wait, what happened to Ken? Did he hit his head or something?
So Mark says the style guide was out the window and Spielberg did what he did.
Yeah, actually, Mark's saying we had no say in the game. It was designed by Spielberg, which is kind of like E.T., wasn't it? On the 2600, wasn't that one that Spielberg really liked, and of course it tanked?
Right.
So I guess the lesson here is don't make games designed by Steven Spielberg. You can make movies, but stay the hell away from the games.
Oh, I wouldn't mind making a game designed by Steven Spielberg. I just wouldn't want Steven Spielberg making the game.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Right. Yeah, like he's not a good game designer. From the sounds of it.
I don't know. E.T. is actually not as bad as everybody says.
Well, there's the bug falling in the hole.
I liked E.T.
Well, if you guys want some info on E.T., Chronological Gaming, speaking of them, he actually interviewed the author of E.T., also made Yar's Revenge and Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think it was. And he actually had him on to watch playing the games while Chrono was playing them and talking about the development and the fact he was so rushed on E.T. because he only had 6 weeks. But Spielberg really liked it before it got released. Like, he really praised the game. And then...
Yeah, there's an article interview with both of them in it where Spielberg is directly talking about how much he enjoyed the game.
Yes.
E.T. has a learning curve to it. And once you figure out... I
think the big problem with ET is the hitboxes.
Yeah, once you figure that stuff out about how close you can get to the holes without falling in and everything like that, and how to get out of the holes easily, then it's actually a really fun game.
Oh, and Mark just confirmed Robert Arnstein did write that one, so I'm going to update my website at some point. I'm going to make a note.
Did you forget Richard Kelly's story? You had the tab up, but I don't remember talking about it.
Which one?
The one just before this one.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
We had a plan? Wait.
You had the tab up, but we never talked about it, that I recall.
Yeah, I might have closed it by accident.
Curtis cut it for time. Yeah, because Curtis often cuts things for time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just
we do that all
succinct,
the time.
I think's the word.
That's why we have 5.5-hour shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the corrections, yeah.
I think you forgot to mention it. I saw the tab, but I don't remember.
I think I closed it by accident. That's why I missed it.
Yep.
I think I double clicked it and closed 2 tabs in a row.
Okay. Anyway, we didn't want to short Richard. He's a nice guy.
No, I don't want to short Kenneth either. So yeah, we'll talk about that right now then. Richard Kelly uploaded a disk image to the CoCo Facebook group that is the Kenneth Del Signor, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the right collection, including Datafall, which is another Tetris style game if I remember correctly. And he actually added in his own little boot thing. You type DOS and it gives you a menu selection. Now, unfortunately, Datafall is one of the few games that doesn't run properly if you do that. But Kenneth actually wrote multiple games for T&D Software that some were basic ML hybrids, and some were pure ML, I think, if I remember correctly. But Richard Kelly's been talking back and forth and kind of hunting them down, figuring out which issues are T. Because we have the entire T&D archive, all the games or the description sheets that tell you what's in each issue, and then the actual disk images, of course, of all of them. There's 100 and some odd issues. And in later on years, once Tom Mix and some other companies got out of the CoCo market, they actually sold to Tom Dykema, I believe his name was, the guy that T&D is named after. So he was actually putting like a Tom Mix game on every episode or every issue for a while too. And there's some other, fairly major CoCo game companies that they got stuff. So if you wanted a good collection of Tom Mix games, if you subscribe to T&D at a certain point, you'd be getting like Donkey King one month and you'd get Sailor Man the next month. You might get Gold Finder, etc. So it was actually a really good deal at that point. But anyway, Ken wrote for multiple issues, I think about half a dozen or so. So Richard's been kind of gathering them up, and he made a collection disc edition, which I should add to my site too, because I do have collections. I have about 20 or 25 of them for different authors too, where I've got Rick Adams, and I've got Dale Lear, and I've got Chris Latham, and a bunch of others. So I've been putting those up there as well. And I like doing these collections by author so that you can kind of see how a person progressed as they went, or just how diverse they were, or whatever. So yeah, definitely go grab it. Right now you can get this disc collection on the CoCo group on Facebook. I don't know if he's uploaded it to the archive yet, off the top of my head. But if he hasn't, he should. And actually, this is something I want to ask you guys, because obviously we usually tell people to upload it both to the Internet Archive and to the Color Computer Archive. Now, right now, the Color Computer Archive seems to be a bit more stable than the Internet Archive, because they were having DDoS attacks and all kinds of stuff. They're getting some legal issues and stuff. What's your guys' opinion on that? Do you think the Internet Archive is long for this world, or do you think they'll get everything resolved?
That's a question.
Well, that just depends on too many factors. I will say that what I want is for the Internet Archive to survive.
Yeah, I agree.
And thrive. Because they do provide things that are, there's actual stuff there, not what the legal arguments are about. So yeah, preserve the Internet Archive is my view of it, despite these litigious companies who won't release any of their stuff decades after they've stopped actually bothering to support or publish it. So,
Yeah, we need some law changes there, to be honest.
Well, and the video game preservation groups fall into the exact same thing, and they just got another hit in the courts about, even though the video game publishers won't publish, they're not going to make a cutout for preservation purposes. So, big company wants to be big company, and yeah, that's what their investors and shareholders want. But you know what? If you're not going to make it, let it go.
Yeah. Or start selling like, Atari and others are doing now, where they sell packs. I mean, they're much cheaper than you would have bought in the day, but at least they're making something off it and they're available. I'm okay with that. If you want to make some money off, that's fine. But make them available so you can, like instead of just, no, you can't do anything with it, and we're just going to keep it locked in a safe at the bottom of an ocean somewhere.
Well, no, because there's the part of the thing with there is shadow libraries have risen up because people are saying, no, we're taking our copyrights back.
Yeah.
So
I mean, some contracts with the authors too, if the company quits selling a game for like 5 years, the rights reverted back to the author. I wish more companies had done that.
Right. Well, the author is now a team of 5,000. So no, they're not going to do that. But the Internet Archive, if it falls, all that's going to do is make the shadow libraries grow. That's my prediction.
Yeah.
And all the publishing companies can take that as the warning for what they will. The people will do what the people will do regardless of what you want. And we already see that now. And yes, they can keep sicking the FBI and Interpol on as many people as they want. But for every one that falls, another 500 seem to rise. So, there needs to be a different path forward. I'm done.
I think for now, basically, just if you're going to do something Coke related, upload them to both. The Color Computer Archive is a small enough entity that the big companies don't really notice it. They kind of, or maybe they're turning a blind eye because it's such a small group compared to some of the other ones. But I think it's just safer to put it on both. And hopefully, I agree with you. I hope the Internet Archive sticks around long term. But it's beyond the control of even the Internet Archive. It's up to lawyers and lawmakers and stuff here to either change the law or just be strict on it. And of course, having Disney keep extending copyrights didn't help any either.
Yeah, well, and it's ultimately up to the people to determine what we want the right we grant for a monopoly to really be alike. And right now, it's very unfairly cited against the very people who are supposed to be the origin of the right.
Yeah. I just want to go through a couple comments in the chat here before I go on to the last gaming story. And thanks again, Mark, for pointing out I missed that one. And excellently killed the window. So Mark Siegel says, Tandy got hit with a lot of TV licenses at the time, but really dumb ideas. I'd love to get some details on that. What kind of stuff did you get proposed there? That sounds interesting. And Mark said, I spent a few weeks looking at new shows to license. There is actually, I think I lied. There's one other license that was around this time that I remember maybe a little bit later was Clendathry, which is Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers book. It's a kind of a sub game based on that. That's one other one. But yeah, it'll be interesting to hear what kind of stuff you guys got proposed there. And then Ken Raggard made up a whole bunch of titles based on that, like Benson, Everyone Buttle, and Silver Spoon's Fork in the Road, and Manimal, the arcade game. And One Bit Favorite Dream says a good example is MS-DOS game preservation, which is a 15-plus-year-old endeavor with Exodus, which is unmatched anywhere else at 7,600-plus games strong. GOG tries but can't compete for historical archive purposes. So yeah, it's a bit of a messy thing these days. Okay, so next up is actually I clicked on the video because it was a gameplay of Super Pitfall, which of course is a Steve Bjork game, and see this game only appeared on the CoCo and I think the NES, if I remember correctly. And this guy, when I first saw the video, I thought it was just a 20-minute gameplay, but it's actually a speed run. This guy is so good at the game, he gets it done in less than 20 minutes, like right through to finish. And you can tell he really knows the game. He even talks about during his commentary while playing it about some differences in the maps between the Nintendo version and the CoCo 3 version. So he really knows his stuff, and he's actually got a comparative there, like he's got, if you see on the right-hand side, if you're watching the video version of the show, you can see, like, the last time he tried running this, he took 6 minutes, 24 seconds to get the Raj Diamond, and then he took 13 minutes, 34 seconds to get to Quick Claw, 18:23 to get Rhonda, and then 20:07 was his time to get completed, to finish the game entirely. And I've never completed the game. Has anybody in the panel completed this game, or in the chat?
You're not sharing your screen, Curtis. We're just watching you talk.
Oh, okay. That's weird because it's actually still showing it sharing. Weird. Okay, I'll stop and reshare again. Guys seeing it now?
Yep. That's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's strange.
So now you have to start over again.
I know. Like I said, you can take a look at the times that he did on his previous run. He does cut this down to less than 20 minutes to complete it. But he's really good at it. And it's funny because one of the things he does in this one, because he's going for time, he's not going for points, is that he avoids all the gold bars as much as possible, because the extra length of the time to do the ding when you get the gold slows down your time. So he's actually skipping getting all the gold so he can actually get it done faster, which I thought was a fascinating thing I wouldn't even thought of. But man, he knows this. Like he knows when to jump up a certain height just to shoot ahead of time because he knows the monster's coming. Like he's got it totally memorized. So I was gonna skip a bit ahead here, just to show some stuff that probably a lot of us have not seen. But first of all, has anybody ever won this game? I know I haven't.
That's a big negatory Ghost Rider.
Like, just not consistent.
And he uses this short jump here because every time you land, you jump a few extra pixels ahead, so it speeds up your running. That part I did figure out, but he does a short jump, so he can actually just get through it faster for the speed run.
I think the bad's gonna be out of my way now. You can see him down there. But then you don't wait for that one, so I think it just works out. Spider jump.
Now, one thing I wanted to show here, and is these big stone heads, which I have encountered in the game. Now, I usually go, there's a little hole in the ground, you run in, you duck underneath it.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one of the ones where you open the door. I'll turn the volume on it. I didn't know you could jump over the heads like this. I never even thought of trying that.
It gets a bit monotonous.
Yeah, you can shut it off though. There's a hotkey for that.
Out of my way here. Oh, the bat! That's why I wait. Man, just losing a lot of time to. My first split must have just been smoking. Besides that,
So you can see here he got 3.8 seconds better on the Raj Diamond part of it. Well, fast forward. Have any of you ever seen the ending of the game?
Oh, make that jump.
Because the theme music actually changes when you get to the last part of the game, which I didn't even know that happened.
No, everybody turns the music off.
Yeah.
Alright, here's Rhonda.
Wow.
Let's put there.
And some creatures I'd never seen before.
Yeah, let's just fall there.
And you get a bit of invulnerability here for a bit when you're flashing. And you can see he's currently 20 seconds under his previous run-through
Invincibility runs out, right? This lizard guy. Don't forget. That's... Oh! That's...
Like he's got everything memorized as where everything is. I mean, there's a little bit of randomness there, so
That's
a
so
few
rude
times
when it
he's
stops right above the
Alright. So new CoCo Discord channel, speedrunning.
Oh God, here we go.
It should be a game on challenge thing. We've got to beat this score.
Hey, we need a
Good
whole
luck.
channel, man.
Well, the score you could probably beat because, like I said, he's skipping all the gold bars.
The time, I mean, yeah.
Like speedrunning. I know some downland tips.
So his previous record to finishing it was 20 minutes and 7 seconds, and he's currently at 19:28.
No idea what the hitbox is on those, but they're enormous. They're not enormous. The sprite is enormous for the hitbox. Alright, let's go.
There's that Steve Bjork sound.
Yep. And there you go. There's the actual windscreen.
Good with that. That was deathless.
19 minutes and 47 seconds start to finish.
Slower than one with the death. That was pretty good.
Well, like it says, for those of you who can't see the screen if you're
That's
listening to
crazy.
the audio version. Congratulations, Harry, and you have done what few could ever do. Now kick back and relax. You deserve it. Your final score is 425,000. Not bad at all. And he mentions if I let the commentary continues to run here, he scored way higher than this doing it, but he was trying to do it the fastest. So I've never seen the windscreen. I didn't even know some of those shapes and stuff there existed. I've never seen them before. And there's a few other things in there I'd never seen before. So he definitely knows this stuff. Like he knows what you can jump and what you can't, and he has the timing on a bunch of stuff down. And he memorized that there's going to be 2 bats if I move to the right half a screen more. So he literally jumps before they appear on the screen, fires 2 shots, and takes them out even before you see them, type thing. So he's just really, really good at it. This is the type of game dedication I just don't have anymore. Maybe I never did. So I'm kind of curious, especially for you younger guys, because speedrunning seems to be a bit more of a modern phenomenon than point, getting. Have any of you ever participated in any speedruns on any platform like NESs, etc.?
Maybe some levels on a new game called Monster Hunter. That's about all I've done.
Oh, but you actually have done some speedrun type things?
Yeah, just to compete with friends to see how fast we could achieve certain missions.
Okay.
Like even way back in the day, like a game like Downland, you can bounce between the wall and the rope without stopping. So after I'd played the game a couple of times, I would just want to run each level as fast as possible to get to the place I hadn't been yet. So that was kind of speed running in its own way. The whole bounce off the wall and right back to the rope without stopping, where normally you would bounce and grab and then go. It's yeah.
I think Ron does a lot of speed running, don't you, Ron?
Oh yeah. I'll tell you one thing. Call this guy back in 30 years and have him play it. See if his reflexes are good.
See how he does.
Yeah. He looks
I'm really
pretty
good
young.
at slow running.
I'm really good at what are those lazy boy ads these days? That's me.
Well, we have to remember slow is a speed.
Yep.
Yes, it's speed running in a way.
Speed sleeping, that's what I do.
It was a pleasure hearing that Curtis Boyle loves his Black Beauty.
Now, Wayne Campbell seems to recall there was a Super Pitfall 2. I don't remember there being
On
a
the
Super
NES, there was, yes.
Oh, it was? Okay. William Haythig says, I speedrun emptying the dishwasher. And Robert Allen says, Ron prefers Mopar speedrunning.
You got it.
Yeah. Push pedal, go.
Can you really call Mopar speedrunning, though?
60 says, I like not running. That's me.
Not running's my speed.
Anyway, I don't know, like maybe these older consoles are a bit more rare to get people that actually are interested in speedrun still have the reflexes to do it. So you'd have to get younger people interested in some of these retro machines, which we're seeing more and more stuff like VCF. So I'm wondering if this is a phenomenon that might start taking off. Like maybe you can do stuff like speedrun Trapfall or speedrun some of these games that actually have finishes. Time Bandit, can you complete all 21 levels times 16 sub levels to get all the secret messages and the final secret message when you win the game type thing? Like, what could you do that?
Speedrun Poltergeist.
There you go. There's one.
Speedrun Neutroid.
Predator.
Or Stellar Odyssey.
The fastest I could play never mind.
I know
his train of thought left the station and got into a blizzard.
Oh yeah, the fastest I can play Neutroid is just letting it play itself, and it's also the highest score I can get. So that's a quality game. And the best score you can have is just not touch the controls.
You know that castle game, if you hit 3, it plays itself.
Oh, Castle Guard.
Yep.
There's a few CoCo games that you can put both players to computer. Cyber's Chess is another one. I think they're Othello clone. What the heck was it called?
Thank you.
Roman Checkers, I think has that option as well.
Awesome.
Anyway, I've never seen anybody even complete, Super Pitfall, so that was enough on its own. See somebody do it so quickly and knows everything where everything is. He skips whole parts of the map you don't really need to go to unless you're trying to collect gold bars for points. And he explains, I'm not doing that. I'm going for time. But yeah, it showed me and some tricks he's got there, like jumping over that grasshopper thing, which I'd never seen before. Jumping over the stone heads, I'd always had to run to where there's a hole in the floor and duck under there to let it go over top me. I didn't even know you could jump the darn thing, so that was the first time I'd ever seen that done.
So, Marco, you got that Discord channel ready yet?
Yeah.
No, actually, I haven't yet.
CoCo speedrunning. Here we go.
I guess we put that under the games category, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we don't need one for every game, though. Just one general speedrunning
just one channel. Yeah, exactly.
For now.
No, period. Okay, before I get in the regular news, I'm just going to quickly go through the upcoming shows. So let me share that particular window. And the first one off the hop here is the Virtual Tandy Retro Show. And since that's Mark's baby, I will let Mark talk about it.
Hey there. So I've had a few more interest emails or Discord messages to me in the last week. Curtis, you mentioned something about you were going to be interested in doing a presentation. Is this on the Semigraphics 1224 or something else?
Nope. Something else. Digital archaeology. It's going to be Paul Fiscarelli, Brian Weisler, and myself.
Digital archaeology. Okay. So like I said, last week I had 4 people who contacted me. I've got them into slots. I'll get stuff put up on the website so you can see where the slots are at. But so far, Joel Eby, I guess it is, wanted to do a presentation, and Peter Satinsky on that Model 10, and then RetroStack info, and I don't remember offhand what he was doing. And then Henry Strickland is going to also do one. And then beyond that, I had Curtis mention he wants to do a presentation, and I got a couple messages, one from Rick Euland about the CoCo IO and network cards, so that's going to be cool. And then William Athing and Henry III are going to be doing stuff on FujiNet. And then got a message yesterday from a Pablo A. Fernandez Varela, and says he doesn't have anything quite together yet, but if he does, he wants to have a slot reserved so he could do something. So.
Now, are we getting a point, like how much time have you allotted on that Saturday? Like, do we have to start skipping into Sunday here, or no?
I've only allowed an hour so far. I haven't had anybody mention that that's going to be too short.
No, I meant in total, like what time, start time to end time for the day?
Oh, okay. If you look on the website there, I think that Jim Brain had put up basically, we're looking at 9 a.m.
Yeah, that's all the start times in your various time zones, but I don't know, like what's the cutoff?
If you scroll down, there's an end time as well. Scroll down.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so he put the end time at 5 p.m. Eastern. I was willing to go longer than that, so I actually...
Because it sounds like you got quite a few presentations now. Are we going to start running out of time?
No, I actually put stuff up through 2200 Eastern, just because, I'm on the left coast and it's only 7 p.m. here. Yeah, I have 4 things slotted. We've got 3 hours allocated to the CoCoNation show, and I still have 7 one-hour slots available. So I've got, 4 other people looking for slots, so that gets me down to maybe 3 empty hours so far.
Well, it says at the bottom, if you don't finish your presentation, you'll be cut off. Just kidding.
Well,
it's like the award show. We just start playing the music. And
yeah, walk them on out.
The show has ended.
The thing about it, it's just, a chance to get that out there. We have an audience, and you're promoting this cross genre. Genre is probably not the right word, but other Tandy platforms, and this could always lead to some follow up later on CoCo Tech or something else. So. Here's your chance to put in a little plug, and you get an hour or so to say your stuff.
Will there be a rabbit hole award?
A rabbit hole award?
Yeah.
Rat hole? Yeah.
I haven't done one yet.
Hey, if you keep it to an hour,
it's 3:30 a.m. We're ready to sign off now.
We'll have to get a backup streamer for that.
Yeah.
This actually reminded me, I forgot to ask Paul Fiscarelli this last week what times work for him. I know Brian and me are basically open for any time slot, so I just sent him a message on Discord.
Are you sure it's Curtis, Paul Fiscarelli?
What did I say? Am I getting my Pauls mixed up again? Why do we have so damn many Pauls?
Paul Fiscarelli's the one with the grease weasel and the other imaging stuff, so I think that's probably the right Paul.
Yeah, that's right, Paul. Paul Fiscarelli is the one that we need for this particular one.
He's the
Curtis,
not Paul Thayer, not Paul Shoemaker, but Paul Fiscarelli.
He loves the pizza.
That's why I always just refer to the Pauls.
The Pauls.
Can't get a mix.
Can't go wrong.
We got the palsy.
So anyway, Curtis, the time slots you see are locked in. The empty ones are available. So
is this on the site? You can actually see who's
not yet.
Right
Okay. Jim Brain set up the site. He said I can edit the pages to do that. I got to figure out how to do tables in WordPress. Since I'm not a WordPress expert, I actually do Drupal. So anyway, learning curve all the way around. So anyway,
tables should be relatively easy. Just get in the Gutenberg editor and tell it to give you a table.
Okay, excellent.
Welcome to WordPress. You're gonna love it.
I will give it a shot. So
even just punching it in with Notepad would work.
Yeah, probably would.
Just edit the HTML, just put it right in there. That's what I do in my game pages.
But he said WordPress. That's evil.
Yep.
Actually, it's not that bad. It's it's pretty good for non-technical people to make something that actually looks pretty decent.
There's a WordPad AI now.
A WordPad AI. Okay. Well, anyway, so I'm hoping that fill all the slots. So anyway.
And this is the one day I have to keep the CoCo news a bit shorter here, so we actually can stick to 3 hours too, right?
I think we'll have to skip Brian Wiesler that day.
Well, he'll be on with the one with me and Paul, so that you'll still get your Brian Wiesler.
Still get your Wiesler.
Excellent.
Nice.
Wiesler
In fact, you'll get a solid hour of them, so that's
just not
bonus,
the same
Brian.
time slot. Yep. Okay. Anyway, that's the story so far, and I am glad the interest in the cross-platform stuff. So it should be really interesting. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Now it's starting to sound like this is definitely much more CoCo centric than the other ones. There's just a few of the other ones, or is it? Or am I interpreting that wrong?
Well, like 3 of them are CoCo centric, and Strix I think is going to be like a generic single board computer, so it's neither CoCo nor Z80. And then Peter's definitely going to be Z80, and I don't know about RetroStack Info. I think Joel may be 6809 based, but I don't know if it's CoCo based.
Yeah, he could do a few things. Joel's also got an MM1 that he was describing,
Yes.
putting like a blue SCSI in it and stuff here on
Yeah,
Facebook.
he mentioned that, so he might do a couple different things. So anyway,
And that'd be cool because I mean the MM1 was probably the most successful of the quote unquote CoCo 4s. When a bunch of independent third parties decided to try to take a computer with the spirit of the CoCo and go further with it. But a lot of people that have come back to the hobby lately have never seen one because that was only like early 90s and then they kind of disappeared. So it'd be kind of cool for you guys to actually see what one looked like in action.
I'm perfectly fine with that myself. I'm a multi-platform guy, being Apple and Timex Sinclair, actually real Sinclair, and of course Commodore. So more the merrier. It's all good.
Cool. Anyway, we'll keep everybody up to date. I did a query here with Paul Fiscarelli as to what time slot.
Now you're going to do that every time.
Yeah, and then watch me mess it up.
We want to make sure we name drop and give credit where credit is due. So.
Some generic Paul. No,
generic Paul something or other.
I like that Henry's actually got the third there, so we know exactly which Henry we're talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
because we do have several Henrys too.
Yep.
This is the second most number of Henrys I've had in a friend group in a while. The most number of Henrys I've had in a friend group was when I was in Tallahassee, and there were like 5 of us in the biking club.
Yeah.
Well, you also have the regular Ron and the deluxe Ron.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got 2 Rons now too. That's right.
We got Wingnut with a bag of Wingnuts. 2,600 of them.
That's the car. Yeah.
Oh.
Need the wing nuts to hold the car together, I guess.
Anyhow, so after that, which is January 25th, I don't even remember if we even mentioned that date.
No, we didn't, but it is coming up at the end of January. It's like the next big event. Yay.
Oh, do you have a deadline for submitting to get in, I guess? Or is it just when all the slots are full?
Not really. Because basically after talking with somebody, I haven't talked to anybody further than just getting them tied into a slot, but you'll have to go through and make sure they're set up with Zoom and have all the other information. But up till the last day is probably fine, just because if there's a slot available, just because there isn't a whole lot to go.
Yeah, and a few people might hold off to make sure they got whatever they want to present ready to go enough to do so.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. So.
Anyway, on to the next show. So that's VCF Southern California, otherwise known as SoCal. This is February 15th to the 16th at the Hotel Farah in Orange, California. This is one that Wayne Campbell and 1 or 2 others in the CoCo world are for sure attending by the sounds of it, as well as last year. I think they had some Fujinet presentations and stuff too. So hopefully there will be a pretty good CoCo representation at the show.
No tsunami show.
Well, this is SoCal. That was up in North Cal.
Yeah,
in Oregon.
but you never know.
Next up after that is VCF East. This is one that Sloopy and a few others, and Henry's going to. And actually, Henry, we got a bit of a talk from Henry here about some updates that he can give. Now, he doesn't want to give everything away yet, but he'll give enough that tease you and get you out there. So I'll just lead in with this is April 4th to 6th, and it is at the same place it has been the last few years, which is the Info Age Museum in Wall, New Jersey. But there are some schedule stuff here that Henry has a bit of a report on. And
CoCo classes. They've got CoCo classes going on this year. We've got FujiNet showing up. Yeah, so the computer classes, you hit that. And we got CoCo classrooms all over the place. Advanced CoCo, basic, intro to CoCo. There's like about 4 or 5 of us so far that have gotten together with the organizer for VCF East to start getting this going. Our first meeting to figure out what's going on is going to be actually Monday evening. So I'm looking forward to this. If you've never been to one of these VCFs before, I tell you what, VCF East is a good one. If you're local to the East Coast, come on, this will be fun. This will just be fun.
And this is going to be the VCF with the most CoCo content officially that I've ever seen.
This is gonna be fun. We take it over.
Now, are they going to announce like there's a CoCo theme this year? I know they have the other theme they mentioned.
No, I don't think the CoCo's a theme this year. I think it just happens that they decided to do CoCo's in the classroom. I knew nothing of it. You know, the sound of vintage is the theme. I mean, sure, we could do something fun with CoCo if we wanted to, with like the Orc 90 and the Sound Speech cartridge, and but
Sockmaster's mod player.
Yeah, Sockmaster's mod player would be good. That'd actually be kind of fun to put in there. But yeah, but we're looking at the sound of vintage. Last year it was the rise of the GUI. This year it's the sound of vintage. So they're, that's their theme.
Yeah. But yeah, sometimes they have multiple themes. I think they've had in the past. I was wondering if CoCo might be one of those because they have so many classes and they're actually having meetings with just CoCo people. So maybe, this is the theme for the general thing, but there's also the CoCo is the computer of the year or something like that for VCF.
That'd be fun.
So push that on Monday. I'd love to actually promote that.
Maybe the
like you said, we're taking over.
Tandy tornado hits there.
It would have to be CoCo something because Tandy would just be generic, whatever Tandy's.
Yep.
But yeah, the computer classes, I mean, they've got some other ones as well, obviously, but I'll just read the ones they've got for right now. Intro to CoCo and FujiNet and the virtual device interfaces, advanced CoCo basic, intro to CoCo plus beginner CoCo basic. I'm not quite sure what that means. Intermediate CoCo basic. The repeat, another one by Tom Cherry Holmes with the CoCo FujiNet and virtual devices, repeated Friday.
Some of these classes are going to be repeats so that people who can't make it all 3 days can be able to pick up at least some of them.
Yeah. So the CoCo, the main theme seemed to be the FujiNet stuff and the virtual device interfaces with that, and then also different levels of basic programming.
Basic programming, some assembly programming, yep.
So you have to bring your CoCo basic instruction manual?
I mean, if you've got one, that's great. If not, I don't think it's going to be an issue.
So basically you have the Tandy tornado with the CoCo Corona.
Yeah.
Now, of course, my obvious question is going to be, is there going to be any Nitrous 9 and Basic 09 at this?
Considering that they're looking at CoCo Basic, I have a sneaking suspicion that they're not dealing with like Basic 09. It might
You
be
heathens.
mentioned.
No, I'm just kidding.
It might be mentioned. And considering that Boise is one of the folks who's going to be meeting with us, I would imagine that it's going to come up.
Yeah, because Boise actually helped with that one port to that more modern system, and actually Basic 09 is one of the things he patched for it. So
yeah, and
it says
Boise's
down there at 1400 that you're going to read the Nitrous 9 manual.
I'm not reading the Nitrous 9 manual. That's just too much text, and that's a lot of technical stuff. I mean, I could do it in the style of the impressive clergyman from Princess Bride. But I need to have the text in front of me, have it appropriately, the costume, and never mind.
I'm hoping Wayne will push Basic 09 a little bit at the VCF SoCal, actually, too, because he's got his new Sokobon game he wrote with that. So, in fact, he's been doing some stuff with Basic 09 that I've never done, including working with data modules. Anyway, it looks like if you've never been to VCF East before and you have an opportunity to go, this will be a much more CoCo-centric version of VCF, period, not just East, than we normally see. So this is the year to go to VCF East if you can.
Hey,
and
Curtis,
Henry will personally teach you.
Curtis, is it possible to view my high color pictures in Nitrous 9? Would that be possible?
I would have to change the way SOC's thing works a little bit because it's stealing all the interrupts that normally the operating system needs. It's not impossible.
I mean, each one of those files that I create, are from a BMP and they're BINs.
Yeah, and they got a little executable that changes palettes on the fly every scan line and stuff like that. That I'd have to basically shut OS9 down to do that properly.
Oh, okay. I just wondered. Okay.
We do have a screen flip one, like View and ViewGIF have the option of switching between two different sets of palettes on two different screens, but you can't change it every scan line. So we can get some higher color, but it wouldn't be as high color as SOC's. But you could do it. You would just have to basically shut all the interrupt system off for OS9 itself, which I mean, there's some demos Alan DeCock did that do exactly that. But you'd lose the multitasking. You wouldn't be able to like hit clear and go take a look at a different window while it's going.
Oh, because one of the things I thought about was, how when you display a file like that, when it's done, you have to turn the computer off, and hopefully you'd be able to go to the next one without, on OS9 instances. No, still have to do.
Yeah, it would take a bit of a rewrite, and I have no idea what old coding SOC's done in there. So
all right, just wondered.
We do have some higher color ones. In fact, I think I've got a few samples on EOU. If you go into the pictures GIFs directory, I think I have a few that actually save the color maps so that you can do the dual screen, and you actually will get up to 250 colors on the screen once or something like that. So it was done before high color was done. Von Cato wrote that actually. So there's some options there, not quite as good as high color.
Okay.
Was this the old red, green, and blue screens that flip to make?
No, Nick did that on his Rascan software.
I remember
these were just it would color analyze the entire thing, and that takes a while. That's why you save the color map file. And then it picks the two best sets of up to 16 colors per screen to page flip between to get it to look good. And there's some where the color differences are so vast that it just flickers like mad and looks horrible. In most of those cases, you tell it, kick it up to 640 by 200 grayscale, 4 grays, black, light gray, dark gray, and white between two screens. So you get, 16 levels of virtual gray, and those actually look pretty good. I'll remind me at the fest. I'll actually show you guys some of those this year at the fest. They don't work well streaming because usually it doesn't capture the 60 hertz properly.
Yeah.
Ron, haven't you got a gimme X?
Yes.
Oh, do it on that.
High color doesn't know how to do the Gimme X though.
Yeah, it doesn't do it well at all. It messes up.
Not the high color software.
Oh.
That one. But the Gimme X can display 24 bits, can't it? You don't need the.
No, it's only got 256 colors. Or sorry, 512 color palette, I think. With.
If I can display a high color on the Gimme if I use the whole floppy to do a higher color content, and then it works pretty nice. But it's hard to play back any of the ones I've saved off on a Gimme because they're distorted a little bit.
Right.
So you have to have a standard CoCo 3 to view them.
Yeah, because he's changing the palette every scan line, possibly multiple times per scan line, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Sorry to do the rabbit hole thing here. I just thought of it.
But yeah, remind me at CoCo Fest. I'll show what the view GIF looks like because that was kind of the predecessor of high color. It came out in the late 80s. I think high color came out 90, 91 or something. But
are there any viewers for the Gimme X?
Ed did some sort, like he's got some of those sample pictures he's got with the 256 color mode, and then of course the palette I think's 512 colors to choose from. But I think I remember you have to custom make those. I don't know if it's a generic like here's a BMP, go have fun, like high color is. Whereas view GIF is obviously designed for GIFs, which is 256 colors at once, but a full 16 million color palette's what the original GIFs are for. And the CoCo tries to simulate that with page flipping as much as it can.
So what we need is an OS9 Gimme X driver.
Yeah, beyond just speeding it up.
Yeah.
Right.
Which Bill and I have talked to. We've actually started working on specs for it, but until somebody can actually make one again, what's the point? There's only a few of us who can run it, and it's the same people every year type thing. So.
Yeah.
If either Alan or Ed starts making it again, then yeah, I think we'll make it back into that. Well, I might have to because I haven't heard from Bill in 2 months now.
I hope he's okay.
His wife has made no mention of him having any ill health or anything, so I think he's just way busy with his managerial role with Christmas coming up at retail.
Well,
Is that Ed?
Right, this is Q4, no Bill. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, next up is the big kahuna for the CoCo community, the 33rd penultimate annual CoCo Fest in Chicago area. This is at the same Holiday Inn it was last year, which is the Holiday Inn and Suites in Carroll Stream, Wheaton, Illinois. Special CoCo Fest rates are already available. You can book for $122 a night for 2 queens or a king. And apply for any time between May 2nd and May 5th. So if you want to extend a day past the actual show, you can still get the group rate. You'll have to use the group rate code of G30 to get this rate, and that rate ends April 7th. Table bookings will not start up until January if you wanted to be an exhibitor or get a table at the show itself. So you can obviously see it here, and you can go to glensideccc.com/CoCoFest to get details too, including little maps and stuff. And of course, is the big show. So I'm expecting a whole bunch of really cool stuff at the show this year. Next up after that is VCF Southwest. This is the one in Texas, June 20th to 22nd at the Davidson-Gundy Alumni Center at the University of Texas at Dallas. This is one I'm going to this year along with Brian Weisler, and I think a few other people will be there as well that have been there before. Brendan Donnie's a common one there. He actually has a booth. And this is a place where there's some of the Techni alumni, so I'm really hoping to meet some of them in person and talk to them and maybe get some interviews out of them as well. And maybe some off-the-cuff stuff that, isn't going to be recorded, but, give me a bit better understanding of the history, etc. So I'm looking forward to this one. I've never been to this one before. I have only been to Dallas-Fort Worth area once in my life. That was literally a month before COVID hit. So this will be a better experience, I think. But looking
Curtis,
forward to it.
Did you ever own a Model 1,
Nope.
3, 4?
Nope. The only computers I've ever owned in my life, aside from getting an occasional Mac or PCs for work, etc., has been the CoCo 1 and the CoCo 3.
Oh. You still have your one?
Not my original one. My original D-board one got broken in and moved. The circuit board cracked because it fell off of a tall box in the back of a moving van and hit the metal floor, and that was the end of that one. But I do have an F-board replacement with the CoCo VGA in it now.
But we could have fixed that one.
It was literally in pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you should have let me know back in 1990. Yeah. What year was that? 92, 93 when that happened?
We'll have to crank up the Wayback Machine.
Yeah. Oh, in the chat, Wayne Campbell says he's planning on mentioning Basic 9 at the very least at VCF SoCal. So, yeah, look forward to hearing what people think of it there. And then the last one I have queued up here that Tim Leonard and AJ, I think, are planning on attending this year because they kind of switch between shows each alternating year type thing, is the Portland Retro Gaming Expo. Now, this is a gaming expo for a variety of home computers and home video game platforms, as well as a bunch of, mechanical games and, the handheld stuff from the 70s and 80s. And that one is in Portland, of course. It's October 17th to 19th, which is about a month earlier than last year, or this year, I should say, at the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, Oregon. Is this one, Mark Overhoser, that you'll be able to make this next year, do you think? Or has he left his... Yeah, he's left.
Yeah, he walked away.
I don't blame him.
I can't stop staring at the Get 2025 ticket sign. Oh, good, thanks.
Okay, so that ends the upcoming show. So I'm going to see if I can switch without stopping the share this time to... Oh, I thought I could. Or maybe not.
Look at that ground control. Doesn't that look like a familiar rocket or jet?
Oh, there we go. Okay, hopefully you're seeing the same screen I think you're seeing.
Proper audio levels?
Yep, that's the one. So this is a follow-up. D. Bruce Moore and David Craker, of course, working on getting an MP3 playing chip hooked up to a CoCo, which will be used in his Caves of Doom, I think it's called, or the Caverns of Doom, sequel to Forest of Doom, that he's been working on for a couple of years, and he's actually showing off some of it because Jim Brain had done a prototype MP3 player, but there were some issues with it, and they're trying to figure out how to solve that. So this is a follow-up blog on Bruce's site, trying to get proper audio levels through the CoCo cassette port and into the TV. And they actually made a bit of a YouTube video here. Now, it's 9 minutes long, so obviously I'm not going to play the whole thing. But they're kind of exploring, like last time they did an article where they found another MP3 chip that might work a lot better. And this is kind of like, do some follow-up on that. And basically, it looks like they might be doing some design changes based on testing this chip here. But they were trying to figure out a little bit of noise issues and stuff like that. So I'll fast forward to near the end.
I can see no better use for a weight bench than
store your CoCo boxes.
Well, the CoCo 09 does do some heavy lifting.
So this is the bottom. Go back up just a little like that.
Audio. Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit of a turn.
Oh, Realm of Doom. Sorry.
Well, we can. Yeah, we can see it on the scope now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, great. Okay, Jacob, fire it up. Okay.
Man, has Jacob grown up since I last saw him.
It's still 4.5 volts.
Oh, they're all in the same location.
What happens if I crank the pot while it's running?
I got a feeling that pot has nothing to do with. 4.6.
They're making a witch's brew.
4.6.
They're stirring the pot.
Going down. You can hear it taking effect.
What
on the
evil
TV.
is this?
Yeah.
Is that a sine wave?
Trying to be.
I think it's a
those on the
jagged tooth
corner.
wave.
So you pulled the capacitor to see if that's messing up the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, when they first showed that screen, it looked like it was one of those big tabletop jobs.
We're getting a different. We got a different look on here now.
Oh, because it was, we were removing the DC bias with the cap before. Now we've got.
Oh, so it's now it's
popped back up again.
Okay.
Yeah. But peak to peak is still the same, right?
Yeah.
And if I move this now, and we're at max.
Still no change.
Yeah, the peak to peak stays as it was.
So, do anybody have an answer to their question, which they put up on the screen as an overlay? Let me see if I can get that up here and I'll pause it. Which is, can anyone tell us why the volume on the TV changes, but the input signal does not? Now, maybe you probably have to watch the rest of the video to see exactly what they're fiddling with hardware, but in general, since they're kind of piping into two places at once, out to the TV speaker and then also to this device to measure it, why it would change the volume on one but not the other when it's supposedly the same signal.
Line noise.
And we don't know what he changed. He mentioned he was changing something, but we don't know what he changed. So,
did the duty cycle change?
No, the actual signal didn't change in any way, as witnessed by the scope. But he changed something in the circuit just before he asked this question, and I didn't catch what that was.
So what I think we're saying here is that Bruce, who's in the chat right now, and David Craker, who's normally in the chat, I don't know if he is today, is that we should have you guys on next week to maybe discuss this and, pool some hardware heads together here to see if they can help you figure it out faster, if you haven't already since this video was recorded.
So he says that the auto signal is not PCM.
No, it's not pulse code modulated.
Does the TV have automatic gain stuff going on?
No idea. But it's not PCM. What is it? MP3? Like it's compressed or something? Or we changed the volume, but the signal did not. Yeah, we should have you guys on one to just kind of update people on the project, and then also to pool some minds together to know more about hardware than I do.
The peak to peak is so high that the volume's always 100%. Right, would be my first guess.
Are we looking at a digital signal or an analog signal?
Because if it's supposed to be 1 volt peak to peak and you're doing 2.3, it doesn't matter what the hell you do with the volume knob. You're going to get the same.
Now, he just added here in the chat, he said signals PWM, which we've never heard of before. What is PWM?
I think it's
pulse width modulate. Yeah.
It's just
The
changing
pulse width
the beauty
really isn't
cycle as
changing.
opposed to changing the voltage.
Right. Okay, well, same deal then. The TV isn't going to. That doesn't change the volume at all. If you're only changing the pulse width, and your audio is reading peak to peak, the volume doesn't change. The tonality will change, but the volume doesn't.
Yeah, from the stuff when I was doing my mouse adapter, I found some analog devices do not like pulse width modulation signals.
Right. They just ignore it, sort of. Huh.
Hey,
More
Bruce,
videos.
open invite to you and David, maybe to pop on. I know you guys are having your own little retro show in Winnipeg in January that I'm planning on attending. I don't know if Bill's going to make it because I can't get a hold of him. But I'll be coming for sure. So I'll be bringing my Gimme X too.
A new fun thing.
But yeah, so if you guys want to come on the next week or two here to kind of discuss the project and maybe pull some hardware knowledge together, that'd be cool.
That's a CoCo Tech.
Could be. I mean, this is just more debugging to get a product out because he wants to sell Realm of Doom with the MP3 player. So it's playing music in the background while you're playing the game. So, and they'll change the music depending on what scene you're in. So it's kind of got this whole atmosphere. You probably checked it out at the show, didn't you, Ron? At CoCo Fest last year. It's really cool.
It is.
Next up, UJ Basic got an official release update. So normally we've been going through their change logs like hot fixes and cold fixes for bugs or certain platforms have a glitch with one certain command or whatever it is. And they've also got their beta branch too. And I've usually been going through all of those, but they actually got an official release out. So this is version 1.16.5. He's got a very brief description here, but he's got a bigger description, which I'll read. It's a little bit lengthy, but I want to kind of let people know where UG Basic has gone in this, or Microgames Basic is probably what I should be calling it. In addition to containing strong optimizations on the generated code and numerous fixes and corrections for all targets, especially for the CoCo 1, 2, and 3, there's quite a few updates for the CoCo 1, 2, and 3. 32-bit division has finally been implemented for the 689 processor, and the code generation has been improved. MIDI to IMF converter has been improved with support for volume changing and specific percussion handling. An automatic instrument calculation that composition software takes for granted, and improvements have been made to multitasking interleaving capabilities, which actually the 6809 639 is pretty darn good at for an 8-bit CPU. From this release, the additional data type image ref is now available, which allows you to modify a graphic resources at runtime, thus allowing you to create games with great aesthetic variability. A whole set of instructions have been added to manage automatically the animations and movements of graphics elements, taking advantage of the improved multitasking. In particular, the animate command allows you to activate and drive animations while the program is running. And so does the move command, which allows you to move objects in parallel, even synchronized with the animation. And Erico has actually fiddled with a few of these, and you've seen some of the SG4 graphics demos and scrolling. He's actually been using some of these new commands in his basic compilation for the CoCo 1 and 2. So we've actually seen some of this in action already.
Where are you reading this from?
From my script here. He put a release up on Discord, I think is where I grabbed it from.
Oh.
And then he also mentions the new path data type together with the travel instruction allows you to calculate all the intermediate points of a path between 2 points, thus allowing you to easily create programmed paths such as those associated with graphic adventure animations. The print raw is now available to print characters without escape sequence parsing. Retrocompatible hacks have been updated, which ensure that previously written games can run without any issues, although they may have been some small changes in the specifications. You might have to do a couple little tweaks to your source before compiling. There have been multiple hot and cold fixes to the main branches. The 1.16.5 version released this past week as well, which I can show you a few of here. So here's when the original release was done, and then everything above this is something that's been changed afterwards. So most of it's been bug fixes, and that's why their hot fixes are done really quickly. A couple things kind of got broke with the release here, and then some more cold fixes here. Mostly bug fixes.
For some of us that are stupid on this stuff, this is a layer above our basic, right? Then it gets
it's a completely different basic. It's a basic on a modern machine you write, and then it compiles to a multitude of targets if you want, including the CoCo. So you can write once, and it'll run eventually on a C64 or a CoCo 1, 2, 3. Apple II, and a bunch of other systems.
Well, how does
But
that
it's
happen?
not just basic because it actually compiles to assembly. So you're getting like high speed stuff running on all those platforms from one single basic source code. And it's modern basic.
Is this how you put the CoCo into a 64K mode type of thing where it's blank and then you can?
Well, no, it becomes a machine language program. It doesn't need basic at all.
Right, you
Yeah,
just write a
well, I'm trying to-
program. You just write a program on the PC, and that makes an executable that you can just run on the CoCo as a game.
Or a C64 or whatever else.
Or whatever else, yeah.
At the low machine level.
Yeah, at the low machine level, it becomes machine language.
Yeah,
and that's what you're loading on the CoCo.
You wrote your basic program, and it runs on all these other machines, and you don't know or care.
Well, see, I didn't know or care when you were talking up here, and but
now you have a fix that you don't have to worry about. It just works.
Yeah, Ron, this is basically a basic compiler. It's its own own version of basic.
All right.
A modern style version of basic.
Which I like modern basics. Yes.
But it doesn't run on PC. It isn't assembled on the CoCo though. It's assembled.
No,
on
this
the
is all
PC.
done on a modern PC or Linux or Windows or whatever, and then it compiles a bin file for the CoCo or the equivalents on a C64 and an Apple II and a bunch of other machines.
Okay, that makes sense.
But because it's compiling it, they actually run pretty fast, and he's been optimizing it, so it's getting better and better. It has support for stuff like scrolling the screen in every direction, animated, sprite buffers in software for the CoCo and stuff too.
Does the T1 give it problems on occasion, or is this just 3?
No, it's 1, 2, and 3, and this is more graphics oriented. So I can't remember if he's got specific stuff for the T1, like the lowercase support and stuff, but. If you remember, we showed Erico doing those animated heads talking to each other with the little scripts that he showed off at the Retro C show in Brazil. That was all done using this, including that scrolling cityscape at dusk that he had showing there. That's all basic commands in this basic compiler, and you wouldn't be able to normally do that in straight basic.
Wow.
Sorry, there's a ton of stuff that's been changed even since then. It's got fixed a few things. Here's a fix for the VIX, a fix for the 6502. The CPC, some generic ones that cover basically all the machines, etc. Fixed disruptive optimization rule for the 6809, which is what the CoCo uses. There's a ton of stuff in here.
So there's not one person that's doing all this.
Yep.
Couldn't be.
No, it is.
Well,
He's a guy from Italy. I'm trying to remember his name. Is it L.A.D or something like that?
Well, how did their brain not get fried?
It's Marco Spedaletti.
Thanks.
Young and vigorous.
I guess.
What's going on.
Yeah,
it's like you with Mopars, Ron. I don't understand car engines at all and could care less, so it's the same thing.
But if he walks away from this for a few years and comes back like some of us have, it's like, what have I done? And he's done it for all the different machines, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's one of the nice things about it. Like he's shown off some simpler games like Hangman and stuff, but the games as he's been adding to the language have been getting more advanced. Like the earliest ones were very simple. It was basically just like a generic compiler.
It would be neat to get him on and see if he thinks that the 6809.
I've invited him on. English is definitely not his first language. He normally speaks Italian. He can write it fairly well, but he's not too comfortable being a speaker, I don't think.
Hey, we'll send you some cannolis. Come on.
Well, you got Italian descent. You can convince him, Ron.
Yeah, I'm half Italian.
Oh, there you go. Talk to him with your Italian half.
Hey, come sta?
Not from some spaghetti or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of impressed. They get the CoCo to do platform games, which the CoCo doesn't natively do well because it doesn't have sprites and stuff. But this seems to do it just fine.
Yeah, and it's like I said, the fact that it's cross-platform, and he showed I think a couple weeks ago a Hangman game that he'd done, and he had an Atari 8-bit and the VIC-20 and C64 and the Apple II and a CoCo version and a bunch of others. And they're running the graphics on it quite quick, better than you'd be able to get in regular basic by multiple times faster. So, and now they've added the animation stuff on there too, where it can alternate the frames when you're moving a sprite across. It's not just a sprite sliding; it's like a guy walking or spaceships with flames coming out that are moving and stuff. You can produce some pretty good stuff with this.
I had a thought one time. It was like I woke up and I thought to myself, with all these improvements and stuff we're doing, what if we find out that, just as the CoCo processor 6809 turns 60, it starts fraying at the edges and parts start breaking on the inside, and then has anybody got another one?
Well, we've got FPGAs and stuff that emulate the chips exactly. You can even plug it into a socket.
So it's no longer you don't need a.
And in fact, they run faster if you have the computer designed around it. So yeah, we've kind of future-proofed the CPU already. There's various 609 cores. I think there's even a 639 core that somebody was working on too.
Gee, isn't that cool?
Speaking of 609, Hackaday, and this was actually pointed out in the CoCo Facebook group by Fedor Steedman, European CoCo enthusiast, who I think we had on the show several years back when it was still CoCo Talk. And this is a article entitled 609 8-bit microcomputer, a father-son Odyssey. On it was written, this particular article here talking about it was written by Heidi Ulrich. That's not the person that was actually involved with that. That is Eric Lind and his son. I don't remember his son's name off the top of my head. But basically, it's talking about designing and making a 609-based or 689-based motherboard and kind of figure out how it works. So this is the actual article on Hackaday that talks about it, but here's the actual link for the actual project itself by Eric, one of the two authors. And he's been going through in detail, and it's still a work in progress. So there's a whole bunch of blog posts here, and he's talking about the specs and what it covers and stuff.
So this wouldn't have the Motorola chipsets in them necessarily.
Well, it's got the CPU, 689 or 639.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to be like cloning the CoCo and just changing a little things.
No, it's a single board 689 or 639 based computer, and they can put whatever other hardware they want in there.
Oh, okay.
And I was just going to read kind of some of the specs here that he's got in his, because we've covered numerous ones. I mean, Frederick, who's been a guest panelist numerous times, is doing one of these too. And there's another one, I can't remember the guy's name, that's active on Facebook that's also been doing one. It's kind of, he's actually got Flex up and running on it now too.
He's got a video card though.
Yeah, Ken Wilmot has one for his SST 6809 that I showed off a little while back.
Yeah.
So
this one, he's got a serial computer. This one, he's got a serial RS-232 and a USB port. He's got a 6522 VIA-based dual joystick port, AKEE PROM for BIOS drivers and monitor code, 512K of static RAM with an option for 512K more on the board, and the system itself supports up to 4 meg. Fully programmable address and control logic using 3 GAL chips, a PS2 keyboard and mouse interface. Hi, David. An interrupt controller. This is something we were talking about very early on the show. For 15 unique and prioritized interrupts, which is something I wish the CoCo had. Instead of us having to pull them all manually to figure out what the heck triggered it. An add-on port for an audio card. He's already designed a SID-based one. And he started working on an OPL3-based one, which is the same type of chip that the Mega Mini MPI has for doing like 16 voice sound like a Sound Blaster. An add-on port for a video card. He's got a VDC 8563, 8568 based one with a 2K character ROM, and working on a V9958 based one. I don't remember which one of these is which. Do you guys remember which video chips those are? Like the V9958, is that the MSX one?
Yeah, that's the one like on the
Supersprite FM Plus board. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
TI used something too, or was it? That's like a outgrowth of the TI.
Yeah, so that has like 16 colors, hardware, sprites, and a few other things if I remember
Yeah, the
correctly.
9918, the 9938, and the 9958 are all in the same family. Those are TI chips.
There was an add-on card for the Apple II that also used the 9938, I think. So.
No RTC.
Yeah, and the original Supersprite FM Plus from back in the 80s by CompuSense, I think, because John Woodward has basically recreated an existing hardware that was done decades ago. So this is something like in the Apple was an add-on board, though it wasn't, I don't think, utilized as much back then as it is now, ironically.
Nope.
An expansion port with full access to the entire address space and all control signals to be able to implement some smart DMA stuff later, which is something we don't really have on the CoCo too often either. Though Jim Brain is fiddled with a little bit, I think, on the CoCo 3, and obviously the gimmicks and smoke signal chieftains and stuff definitely had DMA. A compact flash card interface for unlimited quote-unquote storage we all dream of. And then he goes into some of the details of, designing it and showing some of the board prototypes, etc. Like I said, still work in progress. There's more still happening. If you want to follow his project, you can definitely just click follow project.
No RTC.
I don't know if he does yet. It depends on what operating system he wants to support too. Because some of if he's just doing a very primitive one, they may not have clock support anyway. But the one other one that can't remember which one it is now off the top of my head, but he's actually got Flex fully ported to it. I think that actually does use the RTC.
Oh.
Next up, we've got the this year's Christmas challenge for the Logicers Vintage Computing, which is a German site, and this is open to all retro computers. And basically, Alan Huffman's actually done some write-ups on this we've covered before in previous years, where you're given a shape, and it's just using standard ASCII text characters because you want to be able to run this on any retro machine, including 1970s, stuff that runs off terminals, etc. And the goal is to try to make the smallest version in whatever language you want. You can use assembly, C, basic, whatever you want, to make the shape come out exactly the same as what they propose. And you'll see a couple examples from previous years here. You had the star here. You had the Christmas tree. These diamonds here are part of a pattern too. And Alan Huffman's actually gone through and done a few basic ones for the CoCo 1 and 2 doing this. And they've made a video to kind of talk about the new one, kind of to explain what this competition is. There are prizes. I should mention that. So you can actually win some stuff if you do one of these and actually, are one of the winners in it. And I will show you what the next shape is supposed to be.
A present. Everybody wants to get or give presents during Christmas. And here is my present to you. A regular shaped Christmas present which does not exist out of stars, but out of several different characters. How long will your code become to create this figure?
So it's always fun because, different basics have different strengths on some of the stuff. Like extended basic could do string for some of these, whereas you'd have to build character strings if you're just using color basic. So even on the CoCo, your program size could vary quite a bit depending which version of basic you have. Basic 9 would probably be longer than normal because they, you tend to be a bit more wordy in Basic 9 because you can use long variable names, etc. And of course, you can, like you said, you can do it in C, you can do it in Logo, you can do it in Lisp or Forth or assembly language or whatever the heck you want. You're wide open on what you want to do there. And it's a limited time. So this is actually running from December the 12th, I think it was. Yep, December the 12th until December the 25th. So you can submit to their site in between those two dates. So it doesn't start for another 5 days. And then right through till Christmas Day. And this is in Germany. So I'm assuming they're doing that in German dates, time zone wise. And if you want more details on it, watch this video. It's about 9 minutes or 6 minutes. And there's some various prizes and stuff. And there's the website and samples from the previous 3 years. I think this is the 4th year they've been running this particular one. That's just a nice little fun thing. So even if you're just a basic programmer, if you can figure out a nice, small, compact way to draw this shape, it's definitely worth a bit of fun to enter. And like I said, Alan Huffman's actually done, on a Subetha software site, he's done, I think, the last 2 of these, where he's actually gone through and he's done multiple episodes of it because he goes through and, I could do this a bit smarter. It'll take less if I do it this way. And he keeps updating it as he goes, type thing. I don't think he actually won anything though. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, if you hear this. Next about that, we have Retro Computo, which is a Spanish YouTube channel that we've covered him before. And this time he's doing a video about how to create real disks from disk files using a multi-pack, a CoCo SDC, and a real floppy drive, as you can see on his table. Now, I'll play it here. It's a 22-minute video. He explains what you need to do it, and then he goes through some of the commands that are built in the SDC, etc., and in Disk Basic to actually show you how to do this. In this case here, he's got a FD502 drive, I believe, and he's just got one popular with a real drive. I think the top one's just the little faceplate space holder. But the nice thing with the multi-pack and the SDC, because the SDC is emulating a floppy drive, normally you can't run 2 floppy controllers in the same machine at the same time. But this actually does work. I've used this to archive stuff myself. And if you need to copy, either you want to back up all your real floppy disks onto the SDC, or if you want to take stuff off the SDC and put it onto real floppy disk to run it on real hardware, this video actually explains it. And you just turn on closed captioning, auto translates Spanish to English, and you can kind of follow along what he's doing, and he shows you how to do everything.
I think the instructions are in the SDC manual.
Yeah, he goes into a bit more detailed examples, though, because I know some people read the instructions and got kind of confused. So it might prove helpful to some people.
Yeah, I've done it.
Next up now, I can't remember who pointed this out, but basically the Boston Diaries, his real name is Sean, on November the 26th releases, so I missed it last week. So my thanks to the people that pointed out to me that I'd missed this. But he basically did a 3-part blog post on how to work with assembly language routines from BASIC. So part 1 is basically just talking very basically about what you need to do. And the simplest way to do it that most people do by default is basically just, poke in statements in a read loop with data statements or whatever. But that gets a bit complicated because you have to write the assembly code somewhere else, then write down all the byte values type thing. And then, enter all those data statements without any typing mistakes or, import them some way. So he kind of goes through exactly how to do that. But then he mentions that he's got his own assembler here, which actually has some shortcuts to say, I want to output this as something that's going to be appended to a BASIC program. And it'll generate the clear statement, the for next loop to do the pokes, the data statements and everything else, and blast it all out. So you don't have to write any of this stuff. You just write it in the assembly. You can test in the assembler and run it. And then you can actually just tell it, generate the basic code to merge with my BASIC program. And voila, there you go. You're ready to go. So that was part 1, what he covered there. Part 2 is how to interface it with straight color basic, no extended. So color basic can access machine language programs a couple different ways. You can, of course, do just plain exec and just run the routine directly. And then you also have the ability to use USR, user routine basically is what I think that stands for. And it allows you to pass like a parameter to it. And it only allows one routine at a time. He explains how to differentiate if you're trying to send a string or you're trying to send a floating point value, etc. And there's some things you have to do in your code to kind of check for and do things to get that to work properly. And to pass values back, you have to kind of learn how the variable pointers work and how the variable 5-byte headers work. And he kind of explains all that here. But basically, you can use it to call a machine language routine, passing stuff back and forth. Exec you normally just use to, just do a routine. For example, scroll the screen. I don't need to tell it specifically, just go scroll the screen, exec this. So this kind of goes through the color basic method of it.
So
And then
I got a question, Christian.
Yep.
So when you have a color basic machine and you use code like that, can't you like emulate extended basic just by the commands because you're bypassing the interpreter, like you're just going directly to the processor, right? So you can use
I mean, if you're only using a couple routines that are in extended basic, then that's actually a pretty good idea. You don't need extended basic to run your game or whatever it is. You're just
writing directly to the machine.
Yeah. Now, if you're trying to make it to cover like a big extended basic program to run on color basic, well, at that point you're pretty well loading the entire ROM, so you might as well just use extended basic. But yeah, if you're doing just a few specific things, then yeah, you could.
Okay.
And then part 3, he goes into writing assembly language routines being called by extended color basic. Now, extended color basic still has the old exec method where you directly just call a routine. The USR method has actually changed. Now you have a def USR, define user routines, and you can define up to 10 of them now. You don't just have one. So you do 0 through 9. And it actually is specifically set up to be able to pass variables back and forth, either floating point or strings, and kind of identify that for you when you call it, so that your routine can actually be a bit shorter and a bit more concise, because some of the work is done in the extended basic ROM for you. And he gives some examples here, writing the assembly language code and then how to interface it using the def user and USR things. He's got one example here. For example, he's got 7 USRs defined. So he's got num to num, FP to FP, so floating point, integer, string to num, so some of the conversion functions, stuff like that. And then he has actual code that does these routines. And then the output from his assembler, which actually does all the data statement stuff for you. So that kind of goes into extended basic with the 10 USR routines. And I know there's a few games I've had to fix like that, only were hard-coded for cassette graphics and, moved to disk. We talked about the NORAD or the ZORAD game or whatever it was before, the Australian one. And this is the type of stuff that it would be used by those, because they had several routines for different scrolling directions and things like that. So it's a really good 3-part article series on how to call machine language routines from color basic and extended basic in a couple different methods, and how to pass parameters between the two, strings or floating point, which are the 2 native formats that extended basic supports.
And if you're looking for an example of that, in Rainbow, Steve Bjork released Mouse 2.0, which does exactly this.
Yeah, and that's the high-res interface thing, right?
Well, yeah,
or is it the most graphics
the high-res interface? There's a whole bunch of other stuff, and it's all called by users, user functions. And he has an article in the various rainbows for each section, because I think it was like 3 or 4 issues that it went.
Yeah, because it supported the high-res joystick interface, and this was before the CoCo 3 was announced, so it was kind of a sneak peek. And it also supported like pull-down menus and moving a mouse cursor around stuff too, didn't it?
And
maybe
like
not
51,
menus,
51 character mode or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I remember I actually did use those back in the day. So yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
This is a working example of this technique that you can look up in Rainbow and have to compare and see, you know, here's how it works, and then here's a whole full thing that's been done that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, quite a few of the games I've seen on T&D and Chromaset that I've patched for disk use this exact same method. There's at least 4 or 5 I can mention. I've just gone through the last year just to patch for, you know, disk graphics, memory locations, but I leave the routines essentially, aside from where they're pointing to, exactly the same. And you can call it with, you know, I wanted to scroll up, so that I send it a value of 0 for up and 1 for right and 2 for down and 3 for left or whatever it is. And that's how you tell it which one you want to do. And you just call the one routine and it takes the variable you passed it. So anyway, really good article going deep into how that all works.
So when people that code other machines, other processors, and they come to ours and they're doing stuff, do you think that we benefit from maybe hints and tricks that these other machines use to do stuff?
Yeah, I can tell you that from direct experience from ARM 6502 and Z80 back and forth to 6809. There's, you know, each processor has its own view,
right?
And those give you ways of thinking about how to structure your code and steps and things to try, that if you only start with one processor, you might not think of it the same way. So yeah, definitely that can happen, Ron.
Yep. And each base chip hardware usually has a better way of doing certain things that would be the complete opposite on a different chip. One that I've hit recently was data tables, or, you know, objects. Basically, if you put them in 6502 versus 6809, on the 6809, it makes more sense to keep, you know, the entire set of variables within an object all close together, and then you just index, you know, which object am I looking at, because we have 16-bit offsets. You can jump all over memory, no matter what size your stuff is. Whereas on the 6502, it's better to put one variable for every 256 bytes, because you only have 8-bit registers to the offset. So then you can just change the offset, the base offset for each one, and then you know your player's X position might be page 0 and the player's Y position might be page 1, because then you only have to change the base offset, and you do have the 8-bit index register for which object you're talking about. Whereas on the 6809, it's more effective to do it all as one clump together rather than spread everything apart by 256 bytes. I don't know if I'm explaining that properly or not, but
yeah, you're striping across memory.
Yeah, and it's much more efficient to do that way on a 6502. But if you can do that same technique in the 6809, and it will definitely do it, but it won't be as fast as it could be. And in fact, the code will be bigger than it has to be, because it has to do these bigger offsets.
Also on the 6502, each 256 bytes is considered a page, if I remember right. And every time you go across a page boundary, it costs you an extra cycle. So if you're jumping back and forth between different pages, you're actually slowing things down. If you can keep everything within the single page, you're better off.
Yeah. It's like you guys have the 0 page on the 6502, which means you have a faster, shorter way of accessing 256 bytes. But it's hard-coded in the CPU to be only 0 through FF. Whereas in the CoCo, we have the direct page register, which you can just move it to any 256 byte
which
page.
Which is the 0 page that you can then move anywhere. But it started as the 0 page, yeah.
Yeah. I know Nick uses that, and a few other people use that for optimizing routines, say in the vector page RAM, where you want everything fast. In fact, we use that in Nitrous 9 too. Anyway, really good set of articles. So thanks for pointing that out. Whoever did, I thought I'd written down. Who told me that, but
that would be me.
That would be you. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Then
somebody else pointed
himself,
some of the other parts too.
Yeah, Sean himself dropped in and said, "Don't miss the other parts."
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I don't have a way of finding when he actually writes something, and sometimes when I'm doing a general search for CoCo stuff, for some reason it doesn't show up. I think in this case,
Does he
I don't
have
think he mentioned the word
RSS on
CoCo. He
his
just
site?
mentioned extended. What, sorry?
Does he have RSS on his site?
I have no idea. That's a good question.
Yeah, RSS
Oh, yeah, right
feed,
there.
Atom
There
feed,
it is.
JSON feed. There.
There you go. I did not know he had that. I just probably never looked. Next up, we have a Jim Gary contribution. Surprise, surprise. So this one is not a game. This is one that Jim has ported and translated from French, an educational program that was originally for the Metra Alice, which of course is the red MC10 clone, published by Machette, or made by Machette, I should say. This is called the Combustion Engine, originally by Infogrames, which is a rather famous software house that, lasts until today. I think it's still around, isn't it? And they do like modern games for like high-end stuff. But they got their start on the Alice way back in the early 80s. And this will be right up Ron's alley. It's working on the Combustion Engine. Kind of
Or
with
the
graphical.
exploding motor.
So there's these, Ron was talking about understanding like languages and programming stuff here. Now you're gonna have to start about crankcases and crankshafts and pistons. And Ron, you'll have to translate all of these for me as to what the hell those are, because I just drive a car. I don't care what's in it.
Is that Mopar?
No. This has to have a hemispherical dome at the top.
Incorrect. I have Mopar, and it's an inline
Yeah.
6, and it's not a Hemi.
No.
You guys are all talking foreign languages now.
But if you're going to have the most powerful one, it's going to have burn from the middle.
I was going to say, I thought Mopar was a parts brand.
Yeah, but it's a slang for them all.
Hey, right. For those of you on the audio version, you'll probably hear beeps every once in a while as it does things. But basically, it has a low res SG4 diagram of an engine, and it labels by color what the different parts are, and it shows you with a bit of animation as to how it actually runs an engine, which is really cool. Yeah. And then here's a zoom up part a little bit later, where it's getting to more of a question and answer thing.
Later on, they do the wankle, right?
Say what?
The wankle.
An engine.
It's a triangular shaped combustion chamber.
Like here's showing a 4-stroke motor, and you have to identify by color what the different pieces are. Anyways, a fairly interesting one. Like I said, I don't have much knowledge of engines at all, except how to fill the car with gas. That's about as far as I go. Turn the key to turn on. Actually, you probably don't even have to do that nowadays with modern cars. Anyway, Ron, you can review this one fully for next week here. Go through it and see if you see anything cool in there.
You would enjoy the old days when we had, the spark in the distributor.
Like spark stations?
Yeah.
No, sorry.
No. It was all done by
like the old hand crank motors on the front?
Yeah, but it was just you had high voltage going to
you have a coil
contacts. Yeah, and that would cause the spark plugs to fire.
You have a coil, which is a transformer.
Yeah, and there wasn't really any
points.
I had no idea we had so many car engine experts here on the show. Holy cow.
That's
software developers are feeling outnumbered right now.
This program, and it hasn't been ported yet.
Yeah.
But it could be.
Good point.
All right, you can go check it out, definitely. He actually did post a bit of a blog post on this as well. So he actually shows on a French site, a link to a French site. So it's not his site, but he found this. And it actually has screenshots from the program for the original Metra Alice and the original packaging that Infogrames used. So you can see here, this is what the packaging looked like. A picture of a spark plug, I believe that is. And this is a piston or something?
Yeah, piston.
Wow, I'm doing good for me.
That's actually a hemispheric combustion chamber there.
Sure.
But on the Hemi, that spark plug is top dead center. And sometimes there's 2 spark plugs per cylinder.
Here's the original cassette. This is a slightly later version, I think, if I remember correctly.
Wasn't there an info games without the G?
No, there's well, I don't know if there's an Info Games too, but Info Games is actually famous on the PC side for doing stuff in more modern times. Some of you people that play more modern games might even remember some of their titles off the top of your head. I don't.
But is this a game or it's a?
This is an educational package they did, and that's what they started as before they got into the games.
Hey, I wonder if this works with that machine that our friend Brute, what's his name?
But it's interesting to see. Like this is basically an MC10 clone that had its own market in France, and these are the original screen shots from the French version. This is the stuff that Jim had to manually translate when he ported it over.
Oh yeah.
And the actual, fairly well done packaging for the time. I mean, this is a full color cassette inlay.
Looks good.
And lastly, the last bit of news here, with Christmas coming up, of course, we've got Simon working on a Christmas demo now for the MC10. So he's got a square wave, 2-voice, 8 kilohertz Christmas theme. I think he's using the same music he used on a previous one when he did Roto Santa and stuff from the CoCo 3. I have no idea what volume. Hold your ears back just in case the volume blasts out. Now he's just got a placeholder for animation here as he's going through the notes. He's actually planning on adding some graphics and animation to go at the same time while this music's playing in the background. And hopefully he'll have it all done before Christmas. Of course, this is 1-bit sound, so don't expect smoother music like we're used to on the CoCo. Anyway, it's 2.5 minutes of music, and it starts with the standard Christmas theme, and then kind of gets a bit more wild. So it's actually a pretty interesting musical piece. And like I said, if you've seen the Roto Santa demo on the CoCo 3 he did a few years back here, it's kind of the same thing. So I'm interested to see what he's going to do in the MC10. Is he going to do some small semi-graphics animation thing, or is he going to kick it into a full-blown graphics mode and do some fancier stuff? Not sure. And you can check that out on the Facebook MC10 group. And that is it for the news this week.
Thank God.
Oh my.
Under 4 hours.
Yeah, me holding down to 3 hours during Virtual Fest, that's going to be hard.
You just got to talk faster.
We'll just have to skip all that Game On Challenge crap, I think.
We'll just have Mark.
How about we skip the rabbit holes on the Game On Challenge?
Ron,
or anywhere in the show.
Ron, you have to give us the meter. What do you think of this one?
Pretty good, man.
You did your report on our little effort at confusing people, Curtis.
Sorry, what was that?
You did a report on our effort to confuse people the other day.
Which one's that?
The after show last week. The tech show.
Well, we did the show. What else I got to say? Go watch it.
Yeah, but what about those of us that already spent enough time watching the first show that we didn't watch the second show?
They hadn't woke up yet.
Are you talking about the CoCo Tech, the original CoCo Tech episode 6, and then the follow-up? Is that what you're talking about?
The follow-up that we did right after the show last week.
That's right.
Some of us slept through.
Well, I told everybody during the show we were going to be doing that after the main show. Right. So if you fell asleep that early, too bad.
Due to crossed eyes.
Okay, so a reminder for those of you who want to fiddle with semi-graphics 12 and 24 in BASIC, Nick and I did a follow-up episode to CoCo Tech episode 6A. Has that been posted on links and stuff, Mark, yet?
I've not posted it on. I've not posted it other places, but it is available and it's public. So
it's on YouTube.
I'll post a link here in the.
Yeah, because there's some Facebook groups, and I think the main CoCoNation site, you normally post a link to it. So we can.
Oh, yeah, I didn't follow up with that yet, so I should.
Yeah, and I fixed some of the titles on YouTube, so there is only one 6A now.
Oh, so that people aren't going to accidentally watch the
Game On
Challenge when they look at 6A?
Hey, Curtis, we need.
Hi, everybody. My microphone's been off for the last 30 minutes.
And we didn't even notice.
All right, so.
Oh, Rick, when did you get here?
Sorry, David, you said something too at the same time. I didn't hear what it was.
I was going to say, we need to train your voice in one of the AI audio models for text to speech. So that way, when you're not here, we can just write a script and have you still speak it.
No, take the advantage of having a short show and, getting out and having a life on Saturday. Yeah.
Imagine what we could make virtual Curtis say.
That's what I'm scared about. That's why I don't.
That should be fun.
I'm sure
we've got plenty of video of your face talking. So yeah,
just do David L.A.D. I mean, we already do that anyway with soundboards, right?
We already did.
Just
David
expand
L.A.D.
on that and do more David L.A.D.
Hey.
I mean, here Patrick shows a few floppies and David shows up.
Yep. You notice that?
The incantation.
You can do a 3-hour show with David L.A.D. reviewing Predator.
Curtis,
ain't it?
I'm going to send you something reference that was made out of chocolate if you keep that up.
Really? My very own chocolate Predator mask? Is that what you're talking about?
Could be.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022 D. Bruce Moore, mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Wait for it. There it is. You know what? I think I got to retract my Tandy tornado thing, because if you turn it upside down, it looks like what we were talking about.
Oh, it's that emoji that everyone loves?
Yes.
Oh, are you worried about misusing your artwork?
And it's dusty brown color anyway.
The one we see on our show reviews all the time?
Oh, boy.
That's a personal problem.
Yeah,
That's a personal problem.
What was I
See,
thinking?
Mark B, you thought you stopped this.
No, we just waited.
Well, I have one more button,
Oh,
Yeah.
by the way,
Oh, yeah.
The master kill?
hold on before you end the show. I need to say something about the game on challenge.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh God, we weren't there.
I'm sitting down.
This new game, Gold Finder, only shows you your last score. It doesn't show you your highest score that you've played.
Oh,
So make sure you get a screenshot if you get a really good high score.
every score. All right. Because
Okay,
it might
good
be
to
your
know,
last
good to know.
good one.
My pro tip is install OBS and record it if you're using
Everything.
And my second tip is if you're using MAME, turn on MAME's AVI recorder that's built into it and record your session.
Boy, lots of you people have a lot of
frame.
storage space for doing this.
And my tip is to come on to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge live and play on stream, where
We'll
you
see
can
you
get
there.
your
Just
screenshot.
record it in public.
Where you
And if
can
you
get
have a
your
Mac, you can
screenshot
just use
yourself.
QuickTime and tell it to record that window. It's easy.
Excellent.
Well, Windows has got the Xbox recorder that's built into it, so
Yes, but going on the Game On Challenge live has been approved by the Game On High Council. Those other methods, no, they haven't been approved by the Game On High Council. Coming on to the Game On Challenge live has been approved by the Game On Challenge High Council.
So William Mathing is saying that the copy he got from the archive has crashed on his CoCo 3.
Oh, another one? Ken, what are you doing?
It works. It worked quite well on a CoCo 1.
Yeah, maybe I didn't try it on a CoCo 3, but it was work. It works in
Everybody's
VCC.
got a CoCo 1, right?
sorry, CoCo 3 people. You're restricted once again.
It works in VCC.
Discrimination, I tell you.
Maybe it's one of those 6309 things, 6809 versus 6309.
William, CPU, memory.
Yeah, we need all the information.
I won't have enough time to go through both of them this week. I can tell you that right now.
Oh, well, you can go through Gold
I'm
Finder.
still going to try
All
to
the
figure out
games are
Wiggle Worm
broken.
too.
Well, give me a second and I'll tell you how it works on
Real CoCo 3?
Well, on X4.
I'll try it on VCC 6309.
Tick tock, tick tock.
So I was playing it on 6809 and it worked fine.
Yeah, I'm playing it in X4 on a CoCo 3.
6309, apply, okay.
Yep. We got the 6309 thing. 2 megs. Yep.
That's what William's saying. He's got a 2 meg with 6309.
Yep. I'll bet you Nick will work fine on the stock CoCo 3.
Turn off the 2 meg.
Well, it's a CoCo 1-2 game. It shouldn't be fiddling with MMU registers. It'd probably be 6309 if anything.
Yeah. It's probably one of them. One of
those stupid games that does an illegal instruction as a time delay, and then of course it fires up the illegal instruction trap on the 609.
Yep.
I guess.
Well, I'm gonna go introduce myself to my wife.
Oh,
and see if she still recognizes me.
It's dark out. What the heck?
On a CoCo 3 in X4 it runs.
Honey, are you there?
CoCo, it runs on a CoCo 3 on VCC for even in 6309.
Interesting.
Bump it up to 2 meg.
Why would I do that?
Wouldn't have anything to do with it.
It's just going to run faster if I do that.
No, 2 meg of RAM. See if it crashes then.
Okay.
I wonder if VCC.
VCC is not the most strictly compatible. Let's put it that way.
Works when it shouldn't. Yes.
The best part of our show is right now.
Oh, I am running memory size 2048K. So.
Oh, there you go. What does work?
Well, I'm wondering if VCC handles the illegal instruction trap a little differently.
Yes.
It might.
Right. It does a lot of things like that.
It has some built-in instructions for debugging too that don't exist on either of the real chips.
All right. Well, I
got your instruction right here.
I need to get going.
And one main thing I just want to mention, one thing you can do is try re-download, because I have had occasions where I've gotten a download from the archive that corrupts itself at some point and then it screws up and then you re-download, it's fine. That's actually happened to several people with the OU too. And re-downloading fixed it. Nothing else was done.
All right. Bye, everyone. You have a good evening.
Bye, everybody.
See you all next week.
Bye.
And on Thursday.